Hola, buenos días. Vamos a empezar. Antes de empezar tenemos que pasar un video institucional y después vamos a arrancar con el evento.
El Tecnológico de Monterrey le da la más cordial bienvenida a este evento.
A continuación, le rogamos atender a la siguiente información que es de suma importancia para todos.
Se encuentra usted dentro de un edificio construido bajo las más estrictas normas de seguridad.
En caso de llegar a producirse una emergencia, le rogamos tenga en cuenta lo siguiente. Conserve la calma en todo momento. Ubique las salidas de emergencia, las cuales se encuentran debidamente señalizadas.
En cualquier caso, siga las indicaciones de nuestro personal de seguridad que está debidamente identificado.
Si llega usted a requerir atención médica, le rogamos igualmente indicarlo a nuestro personal para que el servicio médico le asista. Finalmente, le recordamos mantener en silencio su teléfono celular durante este evento.
El Tecnológico de Monterrey agradece su atención.
Bueno, ya estamos. Buenos días todos y todas. Para los que no me conocen, yo soy Olga Cavalli, vengo desde Argentina, soy una de las cofundadoras y directoras de la Escuela del Sur de Gobernanza de Internet, o South School on Internet Governance. Muy contentos de estar en México, esta bella tierra que nos recibe por tercera vez. Vinimos por primera vez en 2011. La última vez fue en 2019, justo antes de la pandemia, en la Secretaría de Economía, y ahora en este bellísimo lugar que nos ofrece esta institución tan importante, Tecnológico de Monterrey, en su campus Santa Fe. Muy agradecidos con el Tecnológico, y aprovecho en este preciso instante para darle la bienvenida a Paulina Campos Villaseñor. Paulina es vicepresidenta de la región México del Tecnológico de Monterrey. Paulina, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros y por ofrecernos este magnífico espacio y acompañarnos en esta 17 edición. Yo a veces lo pienso, recién hablaba con mi querida Romina, diplomática, que trabaja en nuestra embajada, fue alumna mía en la Escuela de Diplomacia, 17 años. El año que viene vamos a ser mayores. No lo puedo creer. Gracias por el apoyo a todas las empresas e instituciones que nos acompañan desde hace tantos años. Paulina, todo tuyo.
Muchas gracias, Olga, por tus palabras. Pues estamos muy contentos de recibirlos el día de hoy. Voy a saludar de manera especial a algunas personas. Óscar Mesano, presidente del Centro de Capacitación en Alta Tecnología para Latinoamérica y el Caribe, bienvenido. Adrián Carballo, director de Relaciones Institucionales de la South School on Internet Governance. Olga, que nos acaba de regalar unas palabras, Olga Cavalli, directora académica de la misma asociación. Osvaldo Marianetti, decano de la Facultad de Ingeniería de la Universidad de Mendoza, bienvenido. Y Pablo Corona, presidente de la Asociación de Internet Mexicana. Estimadas y estimados becarios, organizadores, invitados especiales y la comunidad internacional que nos acompaña. Recordar que este es un evento presencial, pero también hay conexión remota, es híbrido, entonces también tenemos a personas conectadas. Bienvenidos a este importante evento. Y como bien nos comentaba Olga, es un evento que se ha consolidado ya como un evento a lo largo de los años, el más grande a nivel internacional sobre capacitación en regulación y gobernanza del Internet. Y eso no es menor. Esta es su 17ª edición. Muchas veces existen eventos, foros, conferencias, algún año, pero ya lograr hacerlo 17 veces, pues es realmente un mérito de todos los organizadores. Entonces, felicidades también por eso. Y bueno, ¿qué es lo que busca esta iniciativa del South School on Internet Governance? Primero es derribar barreras y capacitar nuevas voces, como ustedes, becarias y becarias, que participen de manera activa.
This allows more people to understand, to give an opinion, and to participate in those spaces where the fate of the digital ecosystem is defined. It is part of our daily life. To train leaders in our region, in Latin America and in the Caribbean, helps our realities to be represented in the global debate about internet governance. And this is why to have you here in our city and in our it is a privilege for us, and it is not only one more training for us, it is a space where we can be together, strengthen connections. It is to promote global conversation in every corner, to model a digital future that is going to be useful for common good. Some of the topics we're going to be addressing these 5 days of training, we will have topics which are guiding today, which are presenting big opportunities, but also big challenges, such as artificial intelligence, We have the ethical framework of governance and, of course, cybersecurity. At the Tecnológico de Monterrey, we believe in the transforming power of education. Our founder, Eugenio Garza Sada, when he first founded Tecnológico de Monterrey, he had one statement, which is, with education, everything is possible. So with this statement, which is our daily motivation, this is what allows us to think that knowledge and collaboration, all this has the capacity to change realities, and this is why spaces like this one is not going to weave this fabric of people in collaboration to share common objectives. So my invitation to you all is not to only stick to the technical aspect, but we want you to actively participate, ask, propose, listen, share, and connect and make alliances that will go beyond this meeting. By being here, you have shown that you have the potential to be part of this very important moment of the digital ecosystem. Thanks for trusting Tecnológico de Monterrey to host this event. I also would like to thank our Dean, Carle Valenzuela, our professors and teachers at the Tecnológico de Monterrey, the organizers of this event, and you, dear interns, congratulations for being part of this journey. Enjoy every panel, every connection, every conversation. Tecnológico de Monterrey is your place. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Paulina. Thanks. It is an honor to be in this very important place. Carla and her team have all been very important, and lots of specificities are needed for this event, and they've been very patient in this process. Thanks so much for that. Now I would like to invite my dear Oscar Carr. If you do not know him, do you know who is Vinsurf? Do you know who is Vinsurf? And he's going to be later. He is our Latin American Vinsurf. He founded the Argentinian Internet Chamber, and he has installed XPs across Latin America and Argentina. And he is one of the precursors of internet development in our region. But what matters the most is that he is a great person, a great friend. He is the chair of the association that is giving us a space, which is the Training Center in High Technology for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is the home of the school. So, dear Carr, as always, welcome. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I am very happy, and I commend you all for attending, for participating. I appreciate your participation, specifically in the case of the interns. It is a leitmotif of the school. So what the chair just said, what the president just said, I confirm, and this is what you have to do. This is what I endorse. And if you please hold on a second, because of technology. I will first of all express my gratitude, which is very important, to Ovaldo Madanit, the Dean of the Engineering School of Mendoza University, Paulina Campos, Vice President of the Mexican region of the Tecnológico de Monterrey, Pablo Corona, Chair of the Association of Internet in Mexico, Julio Cesar Vega, General Director of Internet Association in Mexico. Thanks to the Mexican Association of Internet in Mexico for collaborating in this, and in 2011 and in 2019, Luis Diaz de Leon, Undersecretary of Technological Development, Innovation of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, and Sergio Serva Castañeda, Head of the Economic Growth from the Ministry of Economy in Mexico. I also would like to express my gratitude to Carla, to the staff, and the Dean of this Science and Engineering School of Tecnológico de Monterrey, at Tecnológico de Monterrey. And all her crew members, Gonzalo Garcia, former director of the hub of the cybersecurity unit at the Tecnológico de Monterrey, who invited us to organize this 17th consecutive edition of the South School of Internet Governance 2025. Our sponsors who are very important to make this happen. And you, and all of you, the attendees for being here with us, and the interns for getting involved and for participating in this school. And we are certain that the knowledge you will have access to is going to be useful in your personal as well as in your professional life. Last but not least, speaking about our gratitude, I would like to express my gratitude to the parents of this South School of Internet Governance. Let's give them a round of applause. Olga, you have the floor back. Thanks. Adriana co-founded the school with me when I thought it was not possible. I was looking for ideas since 2007, and he's my husband as well. Once he came to home, and I told him I think I will not be able to do a thing, and he asked me, "What is it all about?" Well, I would like to train Latin American people so that they can be better prepared to all the trainings, because it is only a few Latin American people and they need more training. And then he offered his help. And this is where the story began. So the success is because of him. He's pretty perseverant. I am like that, but not that as much as he is. Thanks for your words. Welcome, everyone. It is my pleasure once again to have you here for the third time in Mexico. In 2011 and in 2019, we were very successful, and this is the third time with big expectations. This week is going to be a week of a big transfer of knowledge, and we hope you can capitalize, and we hope it is going to be useful professionally and personally. And without further ado, I would like to welcome you all. I hope you can fully learn, ask questions. Remember that the worst questions are the ones not asked. So we are here for you. Thanks to all of you. And thanks to the authorities of Tecnológico de Monterrey and Internet.mx that help us have this 2025 edition. Thanks to all of you. Thanks, Adri. Now it is my turn. I will express my gratitude. We are also celebrating today the Internet International Day. For those who are young, many years ago, you remember that it was May the 17th when we celebrated the Telecommunications Day at the Union. There were huge events in Geneva, and then in 2005 during the World Summit. This is when the telecommunications, the international, but it was last Saturday. So we're celebrating in the first day of this celebration. We're also celebrating equality in gender in digital transformation. This is a topic we're going to be addressing this afternoon. I would like to especially thank our interns who are with us in person and those who are attending virtually. After the pandemic, we became a fully blended or hybrid event. In the past, we had some remote participants in 2019, but as of the 2020 we have been only in person, virtual. So this we decided to be blended, and since we have simultaneous interpretation in 2020 and in 2021, there was a very interesting phenomenon. Most of the attendees are from the Americas, from Latin America, and then we started to have interns from Africa, from Europe, from Asia, from faraway places. and they stick to the agenda in English, and some of them have completed the diploma course on regulations and internet governance as taught by the University of Mendoza. I would like to name the countries Afghanistan, Argentina. Afghanistan invited me, the governance school invited me to make a presentation, and some people were very motivated despite of the time difference. Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Ghana, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nepal, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, Suriname, Uruguay, and Venezuela. If I am forgetting a country, just let me know. And thanks again, Carla and Tecnológico de Monterrey, for hosting us, for your company, for helping the team. My beloved University of Mendoza that allowed us to teach this diploma course on governance and internet governance for the interns who are interested, and CITEL for the institutional support, and Gonzalo Garcia Berengel. He is in Spain. I hope he is listening to us, but he is the one with the idea to bring us to the Tecnológico de Monterrey. He was the director of cybersecurity hub here. Government officials were with us, and I would like to specifically thank because none of this would be possible without funding. And I will name the sponsors who have helped us with the specific funds. Amazon. There is a very interesting video on AI, and when we play it, we kindly ask you to pay attention because of the very interesting information. Brian Huseman, Aaron, which is the PIR, the coordinator of the .org, BID, Inter-American Bank of Development, Ethical Hacking, the International Foundation, Internet Society, a registry of Akim Rajit, which is our regional registry, ICA, Space Bank. Here we have Aaron and his dad. Thanks for your support. Robbie and VeriSign. These companies and these institutions have given us funding so that we can offer you scholars, hotel, meals, and the virtual course. And we also have the support of the Internet Mexico Association, IMEX. Pablo and Julio Cesar, both who are here with us. The small team, Adrian, Car, Lucas, and Federico, who are there with the videos and with the photographs. Jaime from Venezuela, Visa, and Ezequiel, who is doing the website aspect. We're facing a very interesting moment of history. I do not know if it is an easy moment. As I told you, I am young, and I've seen the evolution of technology for 30 years now. And I believe it is the right moment to be attentive. We need to see what happens. And there has been a consolidation of this multiple stakeholder model where all people sit and have a conversation, but now we have more formal models, more multilateral. There's nothing wrong with this. I love to have these two models, but be attentive because there are going to be meetings in the United Nations in July. There's going to be another forum in Norway, and many decisions could have an impact on this multidiscipline dialogue spaces, multilateral and multi-stakeholder spaces. So this is a topic we will be presenting. Several presenters will be speaking about this. The chair of Internet Society, who is going to be with us virtually, she's going to be speaking about this topic. And for you who are younger, pay attention because we should not lose what we have gained. We need to strengthen what we have obtained and maybe have new ideas, but never lose what we have gained. So we are facing an interesting moment, I would say. I am an optimistic, romantic person, and I always believe everything is going to be better. Let's pay attention and let's learn. And one of the results of this school, which is unexpected, is a relationship that you can come to. I see how you even travel together, you share opportunities to work and interaction opportunities. Utilize that. This was not expected, but with networking we have this beauty. We also have Ovaldo, Lucas. Do we have? I would like to give the word to my beloved University of Mendoza, where I did my engineering studies some years ago. Those who listen to us about strengthening this course and a research internship in order to then get a diploma degree. We visited many universities with Adriana, and we talked to many universities, and we spoke about it in Mendoza. One of my professors, she was I am an electronic engineer, and she really liked the idea. Unfortunately, she passed away, and she talked to the no, she's not with us, and she talked to the authorities, and this is why the university, Osvaldo, I can see you. We don't see Osvaldo. Can you hear me?
Hola, sí, Olga. No sé si me escuchan.
Yes, welcome,
Muchas gracias.
Osvaldo. Thanks. Here we have all the interns and people from Tecnológico de Monterrey. Thanks to you for being with us and for offering this to follow up the students during this stay and also in the diploma course. So, would you like to share some words with us?
Bueno, básicamente darles un saludo, una
Basically, I would
bienvenida,
like to
en
salute
especial
you, to welcome
a
you, specifically to the interns who are starting this new School of Governance. And I also would like to salute the authorities, those who are at the Tecnológico de Monterrey. I am here in Mendoza, in the central southern part of Argentina. Mendoza is a city that is close to the Indian and with the mountains of 5,000 or 6,000 meters, we could be on the side of the Pacific. But I wanted to tell you, what I wanted to simply tell you is, as Olga said, for us, we are very proud. It is our pleasure to participate here again and to be in this edition of the governance school and the diploma course. And I would like to express my to salute, and I would like to be with Olga and remember that you count on the support and all the things we can do at the university with our platform, with our infrastructure, with our professors, whatever is necessary so that we can continue this successful pathway that we started together. Thanks to the goodwill Olga made reference to, and this year is also, this is a very important year. The university, only a few days ago, our university celebrated 65 years. So it was 65 years ago, and we've been here for 65 years. And we are helping successful professionals. You have one with us, precisely Olga. She graduated from this university, and I would like to reiterate our cordial greetings, and we embrace you from this city, from this university, and please count on us as always for whatever is needed, so that you can have a successful education in this School of Internet Governance that has all the capacities and characteristics, very interesting characteristics, and what others have said before me, nothing else. Thanks so much, and I am very proud to be able to talk to you and to welcome you. Let's give him a round of applause. Osvaldo receive our greetings, and your team. He has a beautiful team of people working in the virtual platforms. They are fantastic, and they do all the follow-up with the interns and the school. If you do not know the structure, it has a previous course, self-assisted with the full support of the university. This week with a virtual interaction with the platform of the university, and then for students who want research can be made, and the university is going to offer offer the diploma course. This diploma course was recognized by the United Nations a year ago. The prize of the World Summit of Information Society, 8,000 projects, and we were given the recognition. We are very happy. Thanks to the university for their support. And I'm very, very happy to see my university, the one the one that echoes our effort. I would like to now give the floor to Pablo Corona. He's always with us, and I always follow you in the network, very active always, with very interesting information. And I also, the Internet Association .mx, Julio Cesar is not with us, but he's also a good friend of mine for many years now. Welcome, and you have the floor. First of all, thanks so much. Thanks, Olga, Adrián, Oscar, Osvaldo, Paulina, and the Tecnológico de Monterrey for being our host. And as Olga said, we are celebrating in the framework of several events. On the one hand, the South School and the Internet Association is not the first time. We wanted to support, we wanted to collaborate. So in the Internet Association, we're very happy to participate again in this edition of the South School of Internet Governance. But as Olga said, we're also celebrating the Day of Internet. We do not celebrate it today. It was made the 17th, and this is the Information Society and the Telecommunications celebration. But we thought a Monday or it was going to be much better instead of having this on Saturday, and to have this event. And we thought at the Internet Association, and by the way, we are celebrating 25 years. We wanted to celebrate differently. Normally, the biggest celebration is today, the Day of Internet, and we thought, let's do something different, and this is why we wanted to celebrate differently and in different places. And today, we're also celebrating at the Senate, and during the week, we will have some other events, and during the year, we have had events to celebrate these 25 years and to celebrate the Internet Day. And as the Day of Internet and as the Day of the Society of Information, I believe it is important to remember what we use Internet for. And let me express something controversial. Sometimes we speak about Internet as a human right, and I believe this is some misunderstanding, because it is not only a human right to Internet, it is rather Internet an enabling to of not only one but many human rights, a right to freedom of speech, to human rights. It is the right to get training, to be communicate in different ways, and this is why to be able to understand Internet as this enabling tool, democratizing tool that helps us see different places. And if we want to reduce the internet gap, it is not only to give Wi-Fi and connectivity to people. We want through internet to be able to receive information, to receive services, health, culture, even entertainment. And this is something many of us do, to understand the society of information as a data-based society. And this data is becoming, according to different experts, the gold nugget of this time. So taking care of it, protection. This is another relevant point. When we do internet, we do not only need to have more information, we need to gather information in a safe, responsible way, to share it only when the conditions, acceptable conditions exist. We need to digitally empower, and in this way the internet that I see as an amplifier, as a magnifying glass, it can magnify social benefits, but also the social differences, and this is why we need to make a permanent effort in order to help reduce this gap. And we should also enable in education, culture, entertainment, all the different users of internet and of the society in general. This is all very, very important. This is why the entrepreneurship, where we see internet internet as a democratizing tool. In the past, starting a business needed very different resources. Olga just said something that I will take from her. She said that many years ago we were very young, but I feel even younger today. But what we've seen is that internet help us transform how we live. And today, I do not know you, but I do not conceive making business, even my family relationship, without internet. And this is why we need to take care of it. We need to be careful on how we use this tool. But like any other tool, in evil hands, it can be harmful. With a saw, I can build furniture, but I can also damage someone. So we need to use all these tools, and so having this mechanism so that we can establish internet governance in a multidisciplinary way with multiple interests or stakeholders and people involved. This is very important, mainly in years like today, because as we were just told, the way in which internet is being governed and the world is being governed is changing. Paradigms are changing. We are creating new ways and retaking older ways to build the society, and specifically how we use and how we build internet. And this is why I feel so proud and happy to be in this inauguration event of the South School internet governance event. And after 25 years, I hope there are going to be many more years to use internet as a tool, as an open tool that will help us make a more and better integrated society with democratization. Thanks so much. Hey, thanks, Pablo, and thanks for the support of the association as always, because it is also organizing activities. It offers e-commerce certifications. I am not untrained, but yes, I am somehow affected by the altitude, unfortunately. I also would like to welcome Sergio. Are you somewhere there? Sergio? I apologize. I am lost. Juan, are you there? Juan Diaz de Leon? Or is he the person who is not coming? Sergio, I apologize. I do not know the names by name. I told you I have been a young person, but today we have Sergio Silva, head of the Economic Growth Department of the Ministry of Economic, and the person who is excusing is Juan Diaz de Leon. He is the one who is not attending. I apologize for this. Undersecretary for Technological Development, he said he was going to attend, but now his agenda is more complicated. So, Sergio, where are you? You are there. I apologize for this confusion. And welcome, and thanks for being here with us. I was not certain that if I was going to be given the opportunity to take the floor. Fortunately, when I attended Tecnológico de Monterrey many years ago, we had a course of oral communications, and the second examination was to improvise, and it was more useful than the calculus class. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to be here with you. I convey greetings of Mr. Llerenas and the Secretary Marcelo Ebrard. And as you can tell, the agenda is complicated, despite of the fact this is one of the topics, very interesting topics for all of us at the ministry. We are very interested in what we see in terms of technological development, and it would be impossible anyways for the Secretary and for the Undersecretary to attend every event and to attend a commercial negotiation that we have pending and many more things. Nonetheless, the Secretary asked me to come here and to be here because we believe this type of exercise It's very important at this moment of big political uncertainty. I will not elaborate on this, but as Pablo just said, how the world is being governed is changing, and Mexico needs to find, Latin America needs to find a place in this new geopolitical global space, and internet governance is nothing minor in this. The digital transformation is not on a technical aspect or a sectorial aspect. It is a strategic aspect that affects sovereignty rights, as Pablo just said, as well as the development of our countries. And it is also a personal thing. Pablo, as he just said, I was thinking about my 11-year-old boy. Basically, he doesn't see life without internet. It is difficult for him to understand each time I tell him how life was before internet. For his generation and for millions of children in our Latin American countries, connectivity is a fact. It is just like for us electricity, and for some of us television. But now their education, their entertainment and home assignments are through internet, and how to understand the world. It has all to do with this powerful tool, which is internet. This is why proper governance of internet is governance of the future. In Latin America, we have not only the right but the responsibility to actively participate in this digital governance construction model, democratic, inclusive, and as others have said, one that will not reproduce inequalities, but we want to close inequalities, and this is a big Latin American issue. In Mexico, this commitment is part of what we are doing, and this is Plan Mexico, which is a national strategy that is trying to strengthen our productive capacity, scientific, technological capacities in light of a world full of uncertainties. We want to potentialize rights, reduce gaps, strengthen our autonomy, and specifically, we bet on the digitalization of whatever can be digitalized in government, so that the Mexican state can be more effective and efficient. So, in a few words, this is a topic that is very close to the transformation we want to bring to the country, and this is why it is very important for us to be here. And the agendas, even if our agendas are complicated, I wish you a productive day, open dialogue, concrete proposals, and shared visions. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks for being here. And please receive greetings from the Ministry of Economy. Thanks so much. I apologize for being confused. And thanks to all of you. Thanks for all the words. And now we have some very interesting messages, and I also would like to tell you what this is all about. The first clip that I will share with you is a special greetings from the General Secretary of the International Union of Telecommunications. This International Union of Telecommunications belongs to the United Nations, and it is in charge of telecommunications, as we can tell by its name. And it has three roles. Functions are divided into three. First, development, in charge of promoting internet and telecommunications in the world. The second is standards. And one of the most important elements has to do with the radioelectric, the electric spectrum. And for those who are not technical people, it's all the waves we do not see that allows us to communicate. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, mobile phones, satellite, microwaves. Not the microwave oven, it is the telecommunications microwaves. So the International Telecommunications Union plays a very important role. There is always a tension between the role of the United Nations and this agency doing telecommunications and other institutions that I am about to show you as we play the clips. The International Union of Telecommunications will celebrate 160 years of its existence. It is a historical organization, and later Bruno Ramos, the director for Latin America from the International Union of Telecommunications, is going to be speaking about this. He will participate virtually. And now we have the message by the General Secretary. Something interesting says that for the first time in 160 years, the International Union of Telecommunications has a female General Secretary. She is an expert from the United States, Doreen Buckman-Martin, and I believe it is well aligned to the statement by the Day of Internet as requested by the United Nations, gender equality in digital development. So I believe she somehow represents, Doreen, she represents these spaces that female professionals now have in these technological spaces. It is not that many women, but little by little we are coming to our places. Can we play Doreen's clip? And I think we have the subtitles in Spanish. She speaks English and she also speaks in Spanish because I believe she is married to someone who speaks Spanish. But her video is going to be listened to in English.
Hola a todas y a todos. I'm delighted to join you virtually at the South School on Internet Governance, now in its 17th consecutive edition. I wish I could be there with you in Mexico City. First, congratulations on receiving the 2024 WSIS Prize in the International and Regional Cooperation category for the SSIG Diploma in Internet Governance and Regulations. This award reflects your outstanding efforts to equip the digital leaders of the future with accessible, multilingual, and comprehensive training. The SSIG curriculum not only fosters digital leadership across Latin America and beyond, but also leads by example in helping more people understand the policies and protocols that underpin our digital lives. Just 2 days ago, on May 17th, we celebrated World Telecommunication and Information Society Day, and with it, the 160th anniversary of the International Telecommunication Union. That's 160 years of connecting the world across borders, values that SSIG embodies so well by strengthening the multi-stakeholder model that remains essential to Internet governance. 2025 also marks the 20-year review of the WSIS process. Together, our global multi-stakeholder community will take stock of 2 decades of progress, while looking ahead to the future of digital governance in a world being transformed by AI, quantum, and other emerging technologies. I hope you'll bring the insights gathered over the next 3 days to the upcoming WSIS Plus 20 high-level event here in Geneva in July. To all the SSIG fellows, to the organizers and the academic partners, let me thank you for championing a safe and inclusive digital future. Thank you for investing your time, energy, and creativity in empowering the next generation of digital leaders. And thank you for helping carry forward a vision that has guided the ITU for 160 years. A vision of a future where the benefits of technology reach everyone, everywhere. Les deseo una semana llena de inspiración, aprendizaje.
I wish you a week full of collaboration, learning, and teaching. Thanks so much. A year ago, Doreen, she presented the award in Geneva. We were not able to be there because it was precisely the School of Buenos Aires, and we were told a month in advance. We had already organized we had hotels, we had all the reservations, so we weren't able to attend. And we were virtual attendees. Some of you were with us, and it was beautiful. She presented an award to one of our friends. She presented an award and to one of our friends, and then she brought it back to where we were. So please remember, an important institution, the United Nations and International Union of Telecommunications, What I would like to share with you now is another clip by another institution, and this is what we call the internet ecosystem. And sometimes when I start to speak about internet governance, and some of you maybe have heard this, and you say, but what is it? I do not get it. And this is why sometimes I make examples. I like the euphemism of being young many years ago. And we also President Sheinbaum called Sandra. I know you have been at this school for many years. And Sandra, who is the president of Internet, I want to talk to this person because how come something very important? Then she said, there's no president of Internet, but it can be. There is a director, an owner. No, there's nothing. And see how interesting this human creation is. There's no central control. There's a wonder behind this because in the central control could be in the hands of only one person, and if it is not well governed, then it could be an undesirable thing with unexpected results. So internet is governed. Yes, are there rules? Yes, Sandra said. But these rules are made by different organizations affecting different areas and created in different places. And as just said, the International Union of Telecommunications produces standards on the spectrum. Who wants to get connected through cables? We all want to have wireless in our cell phones, Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. It is said that there was a time when we wanted. No, in the past we were used to ask for a glass of water and plug in, but now we ask for a Wi-Fi. Wireless is important. The International Telecommunications Union, together with the regulators in the different countries. In Argentina, we have ENACOM, in Brazil, IFT. They coordinate the wireless connectivity and the radioelectric spectrum, but internet also needs to be globally coordinated with the thousands of networks that are part of internet. We use different internet service providers in our places, and it is different networks, different owners, different technologies. Nonetheless, all these networks interact and they're coordinated through the unique technical or IP addresses, the domain name system, as well as the root servers. And what you're about to see is a video by the director of an organization which is ICANN, Internet Corporation for Assignments and Numbers. ICANN coordinates these unique identifiers, and this is why all these thousands of networks in the world, which are different, look to us like only one network, because everything is coordinated through this interaction, through these unique identifiers, together with other organizations, ARIN, RAP, NCC, HAFNIC, and others. This organization is located in California, in Los Angeles, and there is a general director, the CEO, who is going to be addressing us. And recently, the general director, in an Istanbul meeting, at the end of last year, 2024, and he sent a special clip. We will have an ICANN special panel because the director for Latin America and the Caribbean is Mexican. He lives in Mexico, so he promised me to be here in Merson, together with a member of the board of directors of ICANN, who is also Mexican, and the technical Uruguayan person. I do not know if Nicolas is going to come, but Rodrigo and Leon Felipe both promised me they will be here in person. I believe this is going to happen on Wednesday or Thursday. So ICANN is an important organization in the internet ecosystem. For those who do not know it, it participates in person and virtually 3 meetings a year, free meetings, lots of materials we can learn, and the ICANN in the web, and it offers scholarships. I do not know if you have applied. If you say you have been in the South School of Internet Governance in general terms, you're going to be well embraced as interns, and scholarships are given to different meetings. The next one is going to be held in Prague. Curtis, would you please listen to you? Curtis? All the videos have subtitles, and you're also getting the translation.
Good morning. It's an honor to be part of today's event. While I regret not being able to join you in person, I'm truly glad to connect with you all virtually. I send my sincere thanks to those who made this 17th iteration of the South School of Internet Governance possible. And a special thank you goes to Olga Cavalli and Adrian Carballo, the founders of SSIG, Oscar Mesano, the president of the High Technology Training Center for Latin America and the Caribbean, Tec de Monterrey, our host for SSIG 2025, and to the University of Mendoza, which offers the diploma in Internet Governance and Regulations with the School on Internet Governance. ICANN has been a proud and steadfast supporter of the SSIG since its inception. Over the years, ICANN board members and the ICANN community have been deeply engaged in the development, sustainability, and the review of IG schools around the world. We are active in and support the Internet Governance School initiatives through sponsorships, faculty involvement, or through our staff and community members as both students and organizers. ICANN recognizes the important role that SSIG plays in developing participants and leaders in the Internet governance ecosystem. During your time at SSIG, you'll be discussing ICANN, our work to ensure the stable and secure operation of the Internet's unique identifier system. I want to take a moment to talk about a core principle that underpins our work as well as the work of others in the Internet governance community, and that is the multi-stakeholder model. The multi-stakeholder model of Internet governance is a collaborative approach. It involves the participation of people from all walks of life, including governments, private sector, civil society, technical community, and academia. It fosters inclusivity and representation. The multi-stakeholder model ensures broad participation from different sectors and regions. It is especially important to ensure that marginalized communities, including those from developing countries, have an opportunity to participate in meaningful discussions and decision-making. This allows us to address unique needs and challenges and provides a platform for all stakeholders to contribute. This model is one of the most inclusive forms of decision-making, and it leads to robust, sustainable outcomes because all participants have a responsibility in the process. It ensures that engineers, policymakers, and the business community and others are all involved in developing the policies for the Internet. The Internet, as you know, is a vast and complex network of networks. No single stakeholder has control or knowledge of everything that makes the Internet work. So it's only logical that we bring together a diverse range of stakeholders to make decisions that impact the global Internet. Looking ahead, we are at a critical juncture. The World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS Plus 20 review will take place later this year in New York, and it is vital that we preserve the multi-stakeholder model. I strongly encourage the Latin American and Caribbean regions to contribute to this UN process where possible. Non-governmental stakeholders can participate by contributing input to local governments and through the UN and ITU consultations. The multi-stakeholder model is inclusive, and our work at ICANN also looks at how to make the Internet itself a more inclusive space. I don't need to tell you of the importance the Internet plays in everyday life. You wouldn't be at SSIG if you weren't passionate about the Internet in its future. I wouldn't be able to speak to you right now without it. Its reach and impact can't be overstated. Whether it's communicating with loved ones, booking medical appointments, how it builds our societies and economies. We each benefit from the Internet. However, we have an opportunity to work together to make sure the technical aspects of the Internet are as inclusive as possible. Our work on universal acceptance is important in this regard. Universal acceptance ensures that all domain names, including new top-level domains, internationalized domain names, and email addresses are treated equally and can be used by all Internet-enabled applications, devices, and systems. At ICANN, we believe that universal acceptance provides the gateway to the next billion Internet users. It's just one example of our work that is also supported and championed through volunteers like those on the Universal Acceptance Steering Group. Both the multi-stakeholder model and ICANN rely on participation from all sectors, including from individuals like you. At ICANN, we are committed to supporting future leaders who will shape global Internet policy. We prepare the next generation by providing opportunities to engage with internet governance and demystifying aspects of the internet ecosystem that often get overlooked. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite those of you who are not yet active in the ICANN community to join us in our collaborative work. A great starting point is attending an ICANN public meeting. We have 3 of these yearly in different regions of the world with remote participation for all. A great place to get signposts on becoming active in ICANN is the ICANN Newcomer Program or our online learning program, ICANN Learn. We also have a fellowship support program to support participation, as well as a next-gen program aimed at students in the region of each meeting. Becoming part of our rich, vibrant, and diverse ICANN community is an excellent opportunity to get involved and shape the future of the internet. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to seeing how we can all work together to ensure the continued success and resilience of the global internet.
Dice algunas cosas muy interesantes. Vuelve a repetir lo que dijo Doreen, de esta revisión de Naciones Unidas hace una cumbre.
The United Nations organizes a big summit at 2 stages, 2003-2005, the World Summit of Information Society. For the very first time in the history of the United Nations in the summit, we had the participation of not only governments, it is a multilateral model of the United Nations and governments sitting with advisors and fundamentally presidents talking to presidents and ministers talking to ministers, and this is why it was a model where other stakeholders were able to interact. This was something new 20 years ago, and the model has been promoted through the words of some organizations like NIC, ARIN, and others. And it is all related to the distribution of critical internet resources and the unique technical identifiers. The idea is that there's no way to resolve, there's no way to develop a public policy coherent if we do not interact with the private sector, because it is the one rendering the services and producing the technology, or with the civil society that safeguards the rights, human rights, and right to freedom of speech. So the concept of dialogue and multi-participation and equality, this is another concept that comes from this summit of the United Nations 20 years ago. What do I mean by this? I will be in a meeting with all the experts and ministers, with the secretaries and with others. So this is what is at stake. There are actions by the United Nations in order to go back to a more traditional model. Both values are important, but I believe the multi-stakeholder model has a very important value, because internet works because of the activity of several characters of the private sector and the ones of the organizations who coordinate. Governments create regulations. It is important to have coherent regulations, and for this interaction with the private sector is needed, and this is why the dialogue and the multi-participation. This review of this happened in July, and maybe one of the most participated meetings, which is the World Forum of Internet Governance, and it will stop being organized. As of this World Forum, spontaneous initiatives were created, like this school, and we also have other schools. We also have domestic and regional governance for in Latin America and the Caribbean, with one. Europe has another one. Countries, it is nothing mandatory. It is spontaneous, and this is to have the dialogue of multi participants. Kurt also spoke about something very important, which is to have internet domains and emails written in other ideograms, which are not regular letters, we know. This is strange, but the majority in the world, out of the 8 billion people who live in the world, there are people who do write differently in Korean, in Mandarin, or in Arabic. Most of the people do not write like us. So we need to make an important effort to have these email addresses. And what he said, the universal acceptance, which is to adapt all the technology so that the typing in other audiogram is not a barrier to have access to internet. This is something important. Now I would like to play a clip by Oscar Leon. He is Executive Secretary of CITEL. It is the Inter-American Commission of Telecommunications of the Organization of American States. It is the small Latin America United Nations that speaks about telecommunications. Oscar de Leon. As Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Telecommunication Committee, I am pleased to address you in this edition of the Southern Internet Governance School for 2025. This event will bring together leaders, experts, actors of digital governance in our region. I wish and I would like to share a strategic vision on two crucial topics that will shape the course of Latin America and the Caribbean in the years to come: cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. And it is clear that cybersecurity is an unpostponable reality. In Latin America, we are facing a growing wave of cyber threats. Between October 2023 and October 2024, only more than 268 million malware attacks were recorded in the region, including 262 million phishing attempts and more than 560,000 ransomware attacks. Mexico specifically has been a target for more than half of the cyber attacks in Latin America in 2024, with 31 billion cybercrime attempts in just the first half of the year. And mobile attacks have increased by 70% in the region, reaching 3.9 million attempts between August 2023 and July 2024. The growing sophistication of these attacks, which include artificial intelligence to create a fake, convincing content and overwhelming current events, underscores our need to strengthen our digital defense, and artificial intelligence becomes an opportunity as well as a challenge. And it is because AI is rapidly transforming different sectors in Latin America and in the Caribbean. And its adoption presents significant challenges as well. A study by the World Bank and the ILO reveals that from 26 to 38% of formal jobs in the region are exposed to the artificial intelligence automation, as women and young people in the formal sectors are the vulnerable ones. Artificial intelligence also brings opportunities in education, for example. Its adequate implementation allows us to bring teaching capabilities and to personalized learning. We've seen successful cases in tutoring programs in Ecuador and in the development of educational guidelines in Uruguay. But it is crucial to address the concerns of our societies. A report titled Democracy shows that 55% of Latin Americans support the artificial intelligence regulation, and this support is even more among those who have greater technological knowledge. However, we need to be careful because this regulation has to do with the principles, which is very important to allow for its development. Our call to your attention is to strengthen regional cooperation, to include, to share information and the best practices so that we can deal with common cyber threats, to invest in education and training, and developing programs to prepare the workforce for the challenges and for artificial intelligence opportunities. We want to promote inclusive regulatory frameworks. We want to have policies that will balance technological innovation and the protection of fundamental rights. And likewise, to promote multi-sectorial participation. Without the active participation of governments, of the private sector, academia, and the civil society in the digital governance of our countries, it is going to be difficult to reach those long-term agreements that wouldn't allow us to develop our countries. And in Seattle and with the Permanent Consultative Committee, we articulate the efforts of all the member states to promote the development of infrastructure, a harmonized structure, to be able to exchange experiences and cybersecurity strategies in order to analyze taxation policies and regulatory frameworks that will foster innovation and to reduce digital and to support expansion of mobile services, mobile payments, to promote the development of intelligent cities, Internet of Things applications, digital financial inclusion, and definitely to coordinate the defense of interests of the Americas in international fora such as the International Telecommunications Union. The digital transformation in our region depends on our ability to deal with these challenges with vision, collaboration, and commitment. I invite you to be an active part of this mission. Thanks so much. Thanks. The United Nations has a regional office. Its name is CEPAL, the Economic Committee for Latin America of the United Nations, seated in Santiago de Chile. The general director normally participates, but now the director of the Productive Development and Entrepreneurial Development Division talk to us. I recommend you to follow CEPAL, receive its newsletters and its messages. It has very interesting publications, mainly for those doing research. At least for me, this is very useful. And they have something very recent on AI in Latin America with a very, very detailed statistics. So I recommend you to follow them and look for them in the internet. All their publications are published in several languages. Everything is free, and you can directly download this from its web. And now we will give the floor to Marco Ginas. He is also sending a clip to the school. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to address you in the framework of the 17th edition of the South School of Internet Governance organized today in Mexico City at Tecnológico de Monterrey. From CEPAL, we commend this space for its ongoing contribution to the education, formation of capacities, and the strengthening of digital governance in Latin America and in the Caribbean. We commend the organizers for bringing to the center of this event two very important topics for the present and for the future of the region, which is cybersecurity and AI. In CEPAL, we have insisted that Latin America and the Caribbean are facing three structural traps that will limit its development. First, we have the low capacity trap to grow. Secondly, we have the high inequality and low social mobility. And thirdly, low institutional capacities and little effective governance. Likewise, in CEPAL, we say that digital technologies, and specifically AI, should be strategic tools to overcome these traps, but we need to be able to actually use all these technologies. For example, speaking about growth, artificial intelligence has a potential to explode productivity, to diversify and to strengthen those high value added sectors. It can close historic gaps by offering more access to basic services and to potentialize personalized education and predictive health. And institutionally, it can also be a catalyzing element to a more effective governance, to improve transparency and efficiency of the state through digital smart solutions, intelligent solutions. But again, this potential will only be realized if we are able to actually adopt digital technologies so that we can overcome our main development challenges. For example, to be able to articulate digital transformation efforts with productive development policies, trying to guarantee a higher rate of adoption of digital technologies by the regional SMEs. Today, artificial intelligence is having a specific impact on our regions. According to our most recent estimates, the economic value generated by AI in Latin America and the Caribbean is $71 billion in 2023, and it has been foreseen that this accumulated impact could be $565 billion for 2030. And CEPAL has identified that 44% of the jobs in the region have a high likelihood to be AI impacted. It means a deep transformation in the labor market. It needs educational policies and professional education policies. We are not facing that scenario. We're facing an ongoing revolution and we need to take actions. The fast expansion of all these technologies needs a solid governance frameworks and a more multilateral and multi-sectorial cooperation. In CEPAL, we actively promote this regional cooperation through the digital agenda for Latin America and for the Caribbean, which is the INLAC, that establishes concrete pillars for productive digital transformation, well-being, digital government, and infrastructure, and enabling access such as AI, data governance, and digital security. IGF, that is celebrating 20 years, it's starting a new stage where we will be trying to go to have deeper even better use of digital technologies. And here we have several work groups, and one of which has one specific agenda to work with AI. We also have the School of Digital Transformation, its Digital Development Observatory, its New Transformation Digital Transformation Lab, through which we will be supporting countries so that they can design and implement digital transformation policies, among others. Dear attendees, we have the opportunity and we have the responsibility to structurally transform our region through an actual and effective use of digital technologies. In CEPAL, we confirm our commitment to this digital transformation that will speed up, include, and transform, as we propose in today's digital agenda. In LAC 2026, we invite you to keep working with ambition, collaboration, and evidence. We want this edition of the Internet Governance School to be one more landmark and a more productive, inclusive world, sustainable world for the whole region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thanks so much. And he spoke about very interesting topics in this study that I mentioned about AI in Latin America. There is a chart. There is an index of readiness to be ready for AI in Latin America, and there are 2 or 3 countries. But if we compare it to other countries in the world, Latin America is pretty far away, and technology will not develop in our region. Most of the technologies mainly happen in 2 countries, in China and in the United States, and we're basically consumers. If you see the gap between the per capita income in more developed countries with us compared to us, each time technology has an impact, and this is a bigger gap, and this is why I am afraid. And since I am an optimistic, I always think everything is better. We need to observe those who do public policy, those who educate, and we need to observe that this gap will not be a bigger impact. In the very last video, I ask you to please pay attention. It is a clip by Amazon, which is the biggest company in the world, and it speaks about how Amazon uses AI in order to improve its own productivity. Brian Huseman, Vice President of Public Policy and Relationship with the Public from Amazon, we met him in Seattle 2 months ago. It is not. He was not. He was not able to come. He came in 2019, and those who were there, maybe you remember him. He was not able to. This time he was not able to come, and he is one of the sponsors, and he sent his clip. Can we please listen to Brian?
Good morning, and thank you, Olga, for inviting me to participate at this year's South School on Internet Governance. I'm Brian Huseman, Vice President of Public Policy and Community Engagement at Amazon. Amazon has been a proud sponsor at the South School on Internet Governance for many years, and I'm pleased to be addressing you today. The South School on Internet Governance has been instrumental in building capacity and fostering regional collaboration while supporting the multi-stakeholder approach to Internet governance. Ensuring diverse perspectives is crucial as we tackle complex challenges at the intersection of Internet governance and emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. We're at a pivotal moment where AI is reshaping how we live and work. Now, at Amazon, we've used AI and machine learning to improve customers' lives for over 25 years, and we remain committed to the continued development and deployment of secure and trustworthy AI technologies. Through generative AI, Amazon is optimizing our supply chain planning, forecasting, and delivery routing, as well as creating new capabilities in robots and automation. For example, AI and machine learning help Amazon last mile delivery teams design optimized routes for our delivery partners. To do this, we use AI to mesh existing maps with data and images from sensors mounted on vans, along with driver feedback about current road conditions and traffic signs to help predict delivery speed. In Mexico, we are leveraging AI to support our sellers and small and medium-sized businesses, helping them grow and succeed in their journey. We simplified the creation of high-quality product listing with AI-powered tools that enable sellers to quickly generate product descriptions and details by simply providing a brief summary, a website URL, or a product image. AI also helps Amazon meet our climate goal to become a more sustainable company. What we call the packaging decision engine, which is an in-house AI model, determines the most efficient packaging best suited for whatever item is being shipped. Data scientists have trained the model to understand a variety of product attributes, including an item's shape and durability, and to analyze customer feedback on how different packaging options have performed. The model is constantly learning and has helped reduce the company's use of packaging material, saving 500,000 tons of packaging a year. As we continue to deploy and develop the infrastructure and services needed to provide access to AI across industries and businesses of all sizes, we're committed to increasing access to this technology and its benefits. At Amazon, we see tremendous potential for AI to drive economic growth and bridge digital divides and address shared challenges across Latin America. A recent World Bank and International Labor Organization study found that generative AI could result in a productivity-enhancing transformation for 8 to 14% of jobs in the region. In order for citizens to be able to see the benefits of AI adoption, regulatory frameworks must address risk and support security, as well as allow for innovation. Collaboration between companies, governments, researchers, and the AI community is critical to ensure that the transformative power of AI is harnessed to improve productivity and job creation, while also being secure and trustworthy. We call on governments to promote international cooperation on AI governance. It's important to recognize that global challenges require global solutions. And with so many countries in the region grappling with the same policy challenges, it is vital to align around interoperable policy solutions. International standards play a key role in achieving this objective, as they can help companies translate domestic regulatory requirements into compliance mechanisms that are largely globally interoperable. As we look to the future, the principles that SSIG champions, transparency, inclusion, and regional collaboration will become even more critical. Whether we're discussing data flows, cloud computing, or AI deployment, the frameworks and relationships built through SSIG will help guide our path forward. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to continuing this critical dialogue on AI policy. Thank you for letting me speak to you, and I wish you a great rest of your event. Thank you.
It is interesting. We can see it is highly technological company by him, and he said their achievements through the use of AI. To me, this is very interesting. Everything is going to be recorded in the YouTube channel if you want to take it later. Do you have questions by you? Because I've been speaking a lot. You are in mute. After coffee, we will have Vince Cerf, who is going to be virtually with us, and we will have a space for questions and answers. Think if you want to ask something, and then we will have the director, the CEO of Internet Society, Sally Wentworth. She's going to also allow us to make comments. We have our coffee break. We're going to be back 5 minutes before 11, and in this way we will be waiting for Vint, who is going to be with us. Thanks so much. Could you please have your seats? The red dress with the pink flowers, would you please sit? Yes, a lady wearing the pink rose dress. Thanks to all of you. Let's continue with today's agenda. We will have the father of Internet, a big personality, Vincent Cerf. He was the co-creator of this TCP protocol, which is Internet Basics, and he's always with us, in person or virtually. He has been with us twice, each time we organized the school in Washington. And today we have him with hi, Vent. How are you?
Fantastic.
yeah, un poquito.
Oh, I see. You have changed your background. That's fantastic.
Well, it's not that I've changed it. I'm in a different office right now. I'm usually you see me in my basement at home. What you're seeing is my office in Reston, Virginia. And in the background, you're looking at a sketch of how the interplanetary internet electronic mail system works. So we're already preparing ourselves for the return to the moon and making sure that people will have email when they're on the moon and on Mars and wherever else they're roaming around in the rest of the solar system.
Fantastic. I have seen this improving interstellar tourism now, that people are going to the outer space and going back in one piece. So that's fantastic, and maybe we can go to Mars one day. I don't know if I will see if I will see that, but we'll see.
I think the earliest we're likely to have humans on Mars is in the 2030s, and by that time I'll be in my 90s. So I may not get to see that. We will have people back on the moon, though, within another couple of years. The U.S. and China are two highly probable parties landing during this between now and 2030. But then that's not today's topic. Today's topic is internet and cybersecurity.
Yes.
So we should probably shift into that.
Let me tell you that we have fellows from 22 countries from the Americas. We have fellows from Asia. You know, after the pandemic, we really became hybrid, and most of the participants are from Latin America, but then we have students from Europe, from Asia, from North America, Africa. So we became more international than before, and they improved from the translation and the virtual participation. So we have a bunch of students here in Mexico, in the beautiful city and beautiful University of Tecnológico de Monterrey. And we are very honored that you are sharing your time with us. And yes, the issue is cybersecurity and somehow the impact of artificial intelligence in the late days that impacts all the things that we do. So we are eager to listen to you.
Well, I hope I have something useful to say, and you'll have to be the judge of that. Cybersecurity has been an important topic, of course, for quite a long time, ever since the internet became so central to our daily lives. You might ask, why didn't we put more security into the system when it was first designed? And the honest answer is there was more security, but it was for the military version of the system, which we were working on in the mid-1970s. The thing is that a lot of the security requirements depended heavily on the management of cryptological keys. And there's a whole discipline associated with that. The technologies of the early internet did not have access to what all of us now know of as public key cryptography. That wasn't invented until 1976 or so, and there weren't any products available until 1979 or 1980. While I was running the internet program, I hesitated to put this kind of crypto into the public version of it, or the unclassified version, because I didn't think that the users, which are mostly graduate students, would have the discipline needed to manage cryptographic keys. Subsequently, however, it's become clear that we do need end-to-end cryptography for a variety of purposes, whether it's encrypted email or encrypted video or digital signatures on documents so that we can tell where they came from and whether they have been unaltered, that have integrity. So certainly cryptography and cybersecurity have been a very important pair of topics for the internet, certainly in the last couple of decades. And enter artificial intelligence now. Now, this is something that has been in development, I think, over 60 years. The first conversations about artificial intelligence took place in 1956 at Dartmouth University. And the term artificial intelligence was coined at that meeting. The artificial intelligence of that period in the 1960s was very ad hoc. They called it heuristic programming, which meant it didn't always work. If it worked every time, it was engineering, but if it was heuristic and didn't work all the time, it was artificial intelligence. We went through several cycles of exploring different ways of achieving this artificial intelligence. The next cycle after heuristic programming was what was called expert systems, where you basically extract knowledge from someone and then you create if-then-else phrases. For example, if it was medical information, it said, if this symptom appears, then there's a probability of 30% that this patient has a particular disease and you should treat it in this particular way. And we would accumulate all of these if-then-else phrases by asking questions of the experts, of the doctors. The problem with that is that these systems grew to very, very large numbers of if-then-else clauses that started to conflict with each other. And so it didn't scale very well. Subsequently, we've come up with large language models and machine learning as a way of capturing knowledge that would help us solve some of these problems. And the most recent results, of course, are the large language models that, especially the ones that produce generative output and are multimodal. So they produce imagery, they produce sound, they produce video, they produce text. And they are, on the surface anyway, quite creative and certainly generate very good quality content. Now, in many cases, they also generate what we call hallucinations. However, we're getting better and better at curtailing some of the confusion that leads to hallucinations. And we're getting better and better at getting these systems to produce software. Well, why is that relevant? Well, it turns out that once you have systems that are generating software, they have some knowledge of programming. They have some knowledge of which objectives there might be and how to achieve them in software. At some point, I think we could train these systems to become much more aware of weaknesses in software that are exploitable. And so you can imagine having an assistant examining the code base, however it was generated by people or by artificial means, and look for vulnerabilities, for example. Or imagine observing a data stream telling you about the flow of packets in the system. You might be able to figure out there's a denial of service attack or some other more subtle attack that's taking place because these large language models are capturing statistics and looking for patterns. So I'm convinced that artificial intelligence is definitely going to have a role to play in both detecting and maybe even responding to cyber attacks of various kinds, even the most subtle ones. So I'm very excited about the possibilities of using AI to help with various kinds of vulnerabilities in our systems. I would say also that we may be able to respond to cyber attacks of various kinds in a more automated way if we have rules in these large language models that help us detect an attack, for example, or or observe behavior that we might consider suspicious, like somebody generating 10,000 or more domain names, which might be used to precede a denial of service attack. So I'm convinced that AI is going to have a role to play in cybersecurity. I think it might also be very helpful for human beings to become more sensitive to the avenues of attack. You all know what phishing is, and I'm sure that you've experienced it, where somebody sends you an urgent message that says, I need a $100 gift card to give to a friend, and I've lost my wallet and I'm in jail, or some other thing. It will behoove every one of us to pay very close attention to the nature of these attacks. Like, is there urgency involved? Is there money involved? Is there reference to someone I know involved? As soon as you start seeing things like that, you can assume that there may be something wrong. What I tend to do is, if a message like this shows up and it appears to come from someone I know, I send that message back to the person it theoretically has come from. And often that works because the person it appears to have come from either has a compromised account, or the account is perfectly okay. It's just that somebody got that email address and faked it in the SMTP stream when the message was delivered to your mail server. So I'm a big fan of using AI to help us uncover, and maybe also to help us discover, potential weaknesses in our systems that could be exploited.
Vint, how do you see the impact of the future quantum computing in the security? So, as far as I can read, this superpower of computing could break any of the encryptions and all the security measures that we have today. But I don't foresee when that would happen. Honestly, I cannot imagine. But maybe I'm ignorant about how it is evolving.
Well, that's a very timely question. As many people will know, quantum computers are being developed now at IBM and at Google and elsewhere. And these things show great promise for certain kinds of applications. They would appear to solve problems faster than conventional computers could and conventional software. They are not good for every possible problem, but they are good for certain kinds of problems, one of which would be optimization. So if you have a very large fleet of trucks and you're trying to figure out what's the easiest or most efficient way of delivering goods to destinations, that's an optimization problem. It's sometimes called the traveling salesman problem. That's a combinatorial problem, and the quantum computers may be able to solve that much, much faster than conventional methods, which are iterative. So that's one possibility. You are aware, because of your question, of something called Shor's algorithm. That's S-H-O-R. Shor came up with a way to use a quantum computer to break the cryptography of conventional public key cryptography. Conventional public keys rely on the difficulty of essentially factoring the product of two very large prime numbers. We're talking numbers that are hundreds of digits long, multiplying them together and getting one big number. And the question is, what are the prime numbers that have to be multiplied together to make this big composite prime? And that's a hard problem. Well, it turns out that Shor's algorithm would rapidly solve that problem. And once you solve it by resolving the product into the two components, then you suddenly have the key for unlocking all of the things that are encrypted using that public key crypto method. So the solution in the near term is to increase the key sizes of the conventional algorithms to just fend off the day when somebody's quantum computer could run Shor's algorithm to break it. But there's another response, which is probably better, and that's the National Institutes of Standards and Technology here in the United States opened up an RFP, a request for proposals, for post-quantum algorithms, that is to say, algorithms that are not subject to attack using Shor's algorithm. And a large number, like 36 or so proposals came in, and they were winnowed down to 4, plus, I guess, some other, a couple of other protocols. The whole point here is that these are resistant to Shor's algorithm. They don't rely on the difficulty of factoring large products of large primes. Instead, they rely on a branch of mathematics called lattice mathematics, which we do not believe is subject to quantum computing attack. So at this point, Google is already implementing some of these new algorithms, knowing that our customers have information they want to protect for 25 years. And we know that the current protocols for protection won't necessarily last that long. So the answer is quantum computing may very well have a role to play in solving some of these problems. And it certainly has a role to play in looking for correlations of complex systems that need optimization. Let me give you a little taste of this. When I was much younger, I used to have to write spreadsheets on paper using a mechanical calculator. The spreadsheets were being used to calculate some of the features of the F-1 engines that were used in the Apollo program on the Saturn rocket to get the Apollo astronauts to the moon. And so it would take me a week to fill out one of these things. And then in 1979, I got an Apple II Plus computer that was running VisiCalc, which is a spreadsheet program, one of the first available for personal computers. And I remember the thrill I got when I realized that I could enter in my spreadsheet and then I could change some of the numbers and get an instant answer back so I could explore the solution space in real time. Now I want you to imagine quantum computing arriving, allowing you to explore the solution spaces to really, really hard optimization problems in real time. I'm sure that I would get chills up and down my back if I could do that again with these new technologies. So I'm a big fan of quantum computing. I'm a big fan of using it for optimization, and I certainly would like us to move away from the present technology of public key crypto into this alternative using the lattice mathematics as the basis so that we're not subject to attack.
So how do you see the future for developing countries? I see that this quantum computing infrastructure is being developed mainly in very few countries, and there's a quite race to get there with the most developed computer. So how do you see the countries that are not in that race? Because if you see the income per capita gap in between developed and developing economies in relation with technology, that is bigger and bigger every year. So living in a developing economy, I'm an optimist about technology, but sometimes I'm afraid that we may get lagging behind. How do you see that evolution?
Well, let me give you 2 examples that I take make me feel very optimistic. The first one is that quantum computers are not going to be terribly widespread. They're not exactly simple to make, and Google has them, IBM has them. I think a lot of them, they require very special conditions to run. Usually they have to be kept at very, very low temperatures. So if they're available online, however, anyone can get access to them, in principle. Now, that doesn't get to tariff barriers and other kinds of things, which are much talked about today. But let's assume for just a moment that the quantum computers are readily available. Then anywhere in the world could conceivably explore a possible algorithm that might turn out to be useful for solving problems that people want to solve. So there's a similar thing which has happened in space exploration. I'm sure you're well aware that in the past, It was governments who built and paid for lift capacity to get into space. But now we have commercial companies like SpaceX and others, Blue Origin, for example, that will help anyone who can pay for it to get into space. And the cost of getting into space is coming down.
Yeah.
The reason for that is partly reusable first stages, thanks to the SpaceX team that pioneered that idea, and Blue Origin, of course, has picked that up and used it as well. So now anyone who has an interest in a space program, in theory, can purchase lift capability to get into orbit. And I think the same will be true for many of the capabilities of the internet. As time goes on and more data centers get built, more and more people will be able to access the internet in order to generate new applications for it, and which presumably would eventually end up in generating an improvement in the local economy.
Great. Let me ask the students if do we have ¿tenemos alguna pregunta para Vint? ¿Algún comentario? They are very silent. Yes, we have a question. I can translate if you want.
That would be helpful if necessary.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. My name is Javier. I'm from Peru, from the Lima University. And I have written my question in English in my notebook. So it's a true honor to talk to you. It's like talking with a superstar or something like that. In 1974, together with Khan, you published the paper, A Protocol for Packet Network Intercommunications. And after that, in the same year, the RFC 675 was published. The title of the RFC was A Specification on Internet Transmission Control Program. That was undoubtedly a major milestone in the history of the Internet. In the early years of Internet, there were many proposals. How did you write the paper? What was your main inspirations? And also, what anecdote could you tell us from those years? Something that maybe isn't written in the books. You tell us about that, the calculator that you use, and also in 1974, the Altair AA00 was launched, and the computers doesn't exist at that time. And so, thank you, Vinton.
Well, that question reminds me of the question on the end of the year physics exam that reads, describe the universe in 25 words or less and give 3 examples. But let me tell you that the basic design of the internet almost drove itself. When Bob and I started the work, we had some rules that we had to follow. The first rule was that we were not allowed to make any changes to the networks that we'd already built, which included the ARPANET, the Packet Radio Net, and the Packet Satellite Net. No changes were allowed. None of those networks knew anything about the internet. They thought they were the only networks in the world. So we had to overlay on top of them something that would move data from the source computer across a network to something in between, across another network and to the destination. So the thing we stuck in between, we called it a gateway. Today you'd call it a router. And we had the host computers, the sources and sinks of the traffic, know about the internet. The networks that we were linking didn't know about the internet at all. The gateways were the special pieces of their specialized hosts, because they could receive an internet packet carried as a payload of the underlying network. So we would encapsulate the internet packet coming from the main host in whatever format the network that was connected to needed. We would deliver that packet to the gateway. The gateway would pull the payload out, which was an internet packet, look to see where it was supposed to go, and then put it into the payload of the next network's packet format, which would get routed by that network to the next hop or to the destination host. So, we talked about all this, and I remember doing little sketches and coming to the conclusion that was expressed in the original TCP paper, Now, it's clear we didn't get that exactly right because when we actually implemented the detailed protocols, they didn't work quite as we expected, and we had to make some changes. So we went through 4 iterations of the TCP/IP protocols, splitting off IP from TCP around 1977 in order to support real-time communication, because we already knew that we were designing this for a command and control system, and we knew that meant voice, video, and data. But video and data require real-time transmission, and they don't want to tolerate retransmissions end-to-end and so on. So the split of IP from TCP happened about the 3rd stage of iteration. We ended up with TCP/IP version 4 as what we use today.
Thank you, Vin. Any other questions for Vin? Oh, we have 2 hands. Tell me when your time is over, Ben. Don't worry. I know you have half an hour, but if we're over...
I have 4 minutes left.
4 minutes, so 1 minute and 1 minute.
Quick. Thank you so much for your time. I want to ask you, I'm Janina from Venezuela, thank you for your time. I want to ask you more specifically about AI agents. And especially now the conversation has been, around how independent they are working on the digital infrastructure and how across, all the internet, they're doing their own thing. So my question will be how internet governance should operate in terms of frameworks to not regulate specifically, but to create some sort of accountability and transparency without stopping the innovation of these AI agents. Thank you.
We made the 2 questions and then you respond. Maybe that's easier. There was another, yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Serft. Steven Guerrero from Costa Rica. Thank you for being here. So you have been a key figure in the architecture of internet as we know it today. And from a perspective of the Global South, where we still face a lot of structural challenges in digital inclusion, how do you envision the role of quantum technologies and particularly quantum computing based on qubits in enabling more equitable and sustainable models of socioeconomic development? Do you believe we could have a leapfrogging strategy that could lead us toward, a leading role in the emerging technologies space and wave that we're having right now?
So these are 2 very different questions, so I'll try to answer them in order. Your question about accountability for AI is a perfect question. I'm so glad you asked it. I'm glad you're even thinking about it. That's important. I think that we should not be trying to regulate the specific technology because we're still learning how these things work. We're still evolving new ways. The latest thing coming out of Google is called Alpha Evolve, and you should look into that. Alpha, just ALPHA, Evolve, EVOLVE. Very spectacular report just released on May 14th that you should look at to see the state of the art now of AI, large language models, self-programming, and things like that. I think we should be regulating applications, especially the ones that are at high risk. So the parties offering those applications should be showing to regulators and to the users that they have taken steps to protect their safety in case that the applications go a way that you didn't intend. Now, there are people working very hard in the agent models to try to assure that there is clarity going between the agents. There's something called MCP, which is Model Context Protocol, and something else called A2A, which is Agent-to-Agent Protocol. The idea here is to get precision and accuracy and lack of ambiguity in the exchanges between these agents. So they may be using natural language or they may be using artificial languages to have their interactions. But it's very important that we convince ourselves that the agents are transferring their requests in a way that's unambiguous so that the receiving agent doesn't go off and make a mistake. So there's still a lot of work to be done there, but you are spot on to use words like accountability, which is what we should be holding parties accountable too, for safety in the use of AI. With regard to digital inclusion, quantum computing will be available remotely. And that means that anyone who comes up with a smart idea, a smart way of using quantum computers, perhaps to do an optimization calculation, might contribute not only to their own domestic economy, but to the international economy as well. So here's where everyone has an equal opportunity to explore possible quantum solutions to problems. I've already seen several instances where people have come up with new algorithms for solving problems by trying different ways of formulating them that could be implemented or could be executed on a quantum machine. Not all problems are necessarily implementable with any benefit with a quantum computer. It could be, it wouldn't run any faster than a traditional one. But where it does have speed up, that could be really valuable. And theoretically, anyone would have access to the quantum computing capability if the suppliers of it aren't blocked by tariffs or other kinds of constraints.
Thank you very much, Vint.
I
A
am
big
now
applause.
over time, so I need to go on to another thing, but I'm thankful for the time, Olga. I'm so impressed with the work that the summer schools have done in the past, and you've done us all a very good service, and I'm sure that you will continue to do so. I hope you will support the continuation of the Internet Governance Forum as the World Summit on the Information Society +20 meets to decide whether IGF continues after 2025. I believe that it is needed, especially in the context of the Global Digital Compact, which is being implemented now around the world.
Thank you, Vid. We are working on that. We are talking about that all the time, and we are big supporters of IGF. You know that, and the school came out of the environment of the IGF, so we are deeply believer in that. Thank you very much for your time. It's lovely to have you virtual here. I hope to see you in Norway, maybe, for the IGF. Will you be there? See you there?
No, unfortunately, I can't get to Oslo, but I will be on Oslo time for the whole week.
Okay. I'll see you virtually there. A big applause for Vint.
Bye-bye for now.
Thank you. Bye, Vint. Bye. Very nice. Perdón, pero había muchas preguntas, pero él tenía 4 minutos. Bueno, tenemos nuestra próxima speaker en unos minutos más. Les cuento quién es. Muy buena la pregunta acá del colega peruano, porque lo retrotrajo a él a explicar cómo diseñó sus protocolos, que en esa época era... Me encantó lo que explicó de cuando hacía las cómputos con papeles y todo eso, ¿no? Pensar que a veces yo he escuchado cuando a él le preguntan por qué cuando armó el protocolo hizo 4.000 millones de direcciones IP, para que parece que lo criticaban a él cuando diseñaron el protocolo, imagínense en el año 74, si se iban a imaginar que iba a haber, no sé, 8.000 millones de teléfonos móviles conectados a Internet o 1.000 millones de cosas conectadas a Internet, actuadores, autos autónomos. Y bueno, ellos dijeron que les parecía que era suficiente y en ese momento los criticaban porque era mucho. Después, en 2012, las direcciones IP que ellos diseñaron se terminaron. Bueno, ahora también va a estar virtual, igual que Vint. También va a tomar preguntas al final. Va a estar Sally Wentworth. Ella es la directora de Internet Society. Yo calculo que hay varios acá que son miembros de capítulos de Internet Society. Yo soy miembro del capítulo de Argentina. ¿Alguien es miembro de algún otro capítulo? De Panamá, Paraguay, El Salvador, Argentina. Ya dije Argentina. Bueno, Internet Society es una organización que promueve una Internet libre y abierta. Lo interesante que tiene es que tiene un staff, tiene en este momento una directora general, que es Sally. Hasta hace poco había otro señor, que era un señor de Estados Unidos, canadiense, estadounidense. No me acuerdo el nombre ahora. ella ha trabajado muchos años en la institución. Lo interesante es que tiene trabajo en capítulos y los capítulos son bastante independientes, tienen actividades. En general nosotros en Argentina hacemos básicamente actividades de capacitación y últimamente se instaló con ayuda de la Fundación de Internet Society una red de fibra óptica en zonas rurales. Esos son fondos que dio la Fundación. La Fundación, que no es lo mismo que Internet Society, están relacionadas. La Fundación tiene fondos para proyectos de Internet. Sobre ese tema nos va a hablar su directora, que es Sarah Armstrong. Ella está otro día en el programa. Les pido que miren la página de la Fundación de Internet porque tiene fondos no solamente para los capítulos de Internet Society, sino que tiene fondos para otros proyectos de capacitación, de redes comunitarias, siempre que tenga que ver con Internet. Así que presten atención. Si no son socios de algún capítulo, en general es gratis asociarse a cualquier capítulo, no hay que pagar, y los capítulos hacen actividades. A veces hay actividades donde se juntan representantes de capítulos, así que quizás hasta tienen alguna posibilidad de viajar gracias a participar en algún capítulo. ¿Tenemos a Sally conectada? No, todavía. No.
And she's going to be connected. Do you have questions? Do you have comments? You are inside. You are very quiet. There's silence. Well, I will take a break. Do not leave. We're going to have a 5-minute break.
Gracias. Vamos a empezar a las 12:15. Tenemos media hora. Si quieren charlar e interactuar, pero...
We're going to be back at 12:10. I want you to be back at 12:10. You can talk now, but we're going to be back at 12:10. Please.
parece buena idea. Se me peinan todos, se me ponen bellos y bellas. Bellos y bellas. Se me perdió mi fotógrafo favorito. No sé dónde está Fede. ¿Dónde está Fede? Vamos. ¿Dónde tenemos que ir, Fede? Te seguimos a vos. Seguimos a Fede. ¿Lo ven a Fede? Saluda a Fede, así saben que sos vos. Y vamos a sacar una foto grupal. Vamos. No sé, hay que seguir al jefe allá. Y además sepan que tenemos un dron para sacar la foto. Para que vean que es una escuela tecnológica. Bueno, de vuelta después de la foto grupal.
After the drone taken group photograph is very exciting. This is my very first time with the drone. This is the title of it. My very first time with a drone. We have Sally, and as I already told you, she is the CEO, the director of Internet Society. I already told you what Internet Society is. So do we have her virtually? Do we have her? Is Sally.
I can see you.
Hi,
can you see
my
me and hear me?
dear Sally, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm well. How are you?
Very good. Here we are with our students we have on-site students from many countries in Latin America, and then we have virtual students from, in total, 22 countries. After the pandemic, the school became really hybrid, and as we have simultaneous translation now, it's mainly participants from Latin America, but then now we have students from Africa, from Asia, from North America. So we have become kind of more international than before. So thank you very much for being with us. Before we are now with you. I was briefing our students about the role of the Internet Society, what you do. Some of us are members of different chapters. We have members from Panama chapter, we have members from Paraguay chapter, and other students know about the organization, but I'm sure that you will let us know about the role of Internet Society, and also we would very much welcome your view on. And we have been talking about this morning also with Vint a moment ago, this moment that we're living in this kind of revision of the multi-stakeholder model and what will happen in the WSIS plus 20, the revision of what happened 20 years ago and how it has evolved. And so now kind of in a special moment, and I've told them that it's important, especially for younger people, to be aware of what is happening, not to lose what we have achieved, and to defend the spaces of dialogue and participation that we have gained through all these years. So many thanks for being with us. And I know you have a very busy schedule, but thank you for having you here in our program.
Well, thank you, Olga. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm sorry that I'm not in the room with all of you, but I do have some remarks prepared, and then I hope we can have a bit of a dialogue at the end, if that's all right with all of you.
Of course, that's fantastic.
So as Olga said, I'm Sally Wentworth. I'm president and CEO of the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation. And I'm really honored to speak with all of you today as part of the South School on Internet Governance. It's also always a pleasure to follow Vint Cerf. He was one of the founding members of the Internet Society back in 1992, and is someone that I count as a mentor on my journey through the internet space over my career. Olga, you mentioned thinking back to the early days of the internet governance discussion. In 2003, I was a bit like perhaps many of you are. I was very new, even brand new to the internet space. I had graduated with a master's degree in international political economy, and I was early in my career as a senior policy advisor for the US Department of State. But that year, I was part of something extraordinary. The governments of the world convened in Geneva for the first part of what was called the World Summit on the Information Society, or more simply put, we call it WSIS. This was convened by the UN because it was clear then that our society was moving into a new age where the flow of information was changing the world. And it was clear then, as it still is sadly today, that there was a great inequity between those who had access and those who did not. The digital divide between developed and developing countries, between urban and rural, between rich and poor, was understood to be one of the great challenges of the digital age. The world was also grappling then with the question of who should control or govern the internet. Was the internet like traditional telecommunications technologies, sort of very much managed by governments? Or was it something new, something for which a new governance model was needed? That first summit in 2003 in Geneva adopted a declaration of principles and a plan of action for creating a truly inclusive information society. This was followed in 2005 by a second summit in Tunis, Tunisia, which adopted the Tunis Agenda, a document that included action lines and a framework for how we would work together to build this information society that we all envisioned. I will say, as a young diplomat, it was absolutely amazing because this really was when the global consensus on what we now call internet governance was forged. And as part of this large gathering of governments of the world, something remarkable emerged. It was the admission that the future of the information society must be shaped by all of those who are a part of it. Not only by governments, but also by businesses, civil society groups, universities, the technical community, nonprofits, and just regular people like you and me. All of us have a stake in the internet's future, and the Internet Governance Forum was created as a space for all stakeholders to gather and to continue to chart out the vision and the future that we want. And so here we are 20 years later in the midst of what we call WSIS Plus 20 review. The global community is evaluating our progress over the last 20 years in achieving the aims of the World Summit on the Information Society and charting out the vision for the next decade or more. So if you're doing anything in global internet governance in 2025, this really is the conversation. But before we can really have that review of these UN documents and actions, we need to step back and ask ourselves a critical question. What is our vision for the internet that we want? Over the past years, I've had the opportunity to speak with many different people about what they want for the internet, and some common themes emerge. And so I'm gonna propose 5 themes that I think are critical for the internet. Very first, and it seems obvious, but we need the internet. The fact that 1/3 of the world's population, nearly 2.6 billion people, still do not have access to the internet in 2025 is a terrible injustice. As increasingly everything we do is online, and with so many advances happening around the globe, in areas like artificial intelligence, digital public infrastructure, and so forth, it's simply unacceptable that we are leaving people behind. Second, internet connectivity must be affordable and accessible to everyone. It does no good to run a fiber connection in front of someone's home or to give them a satellite dish or a mobile phone if they can't afford to pay for the connectivity. According to the ITU, a smartphone can cost up to 40% of average monthly income in some countries. And mobile internet is 14 times more expensive in Africa than in Europe. If we're going to have an inclusive information society, we have to overcome this challenge. And the internet must work for everyone, including people with disabilities. Around 15% of the world's population has a disability of some kind. A truly inclusive information society means that persons with disabilities can acquire the same information, engage in the same interactions, and enjoy the same services within the same time frame as individuals without disabilities, with substantially equivalent ease of use. We can admit to ourselves that we have a long way to go to achieve this. And finally, content and services should be accessible in a person's native language so that they can fully engage and interact online. Despite the existence of roughly 7,000 languages and dialects worldwide, only about 10 languages dominate the internet. So clearly we have a lot to work to do. Third, internet connectivity must be reliable and resilient. We speak of internet resilience as the ability to maintain an acceptable level of service in the face of challenges to normal operation. Increasingly, or interestingly, in 2025, we've seen more disruptions of internet connectivity from large power outages than we have from government shutdowns. So investing in power and resilient infrastructure is essential. Fourth, a person's internet experience must be safe and secure. People need to be able to trust that the information they share online is protected from criminals or others with malicious intent. They need to be able to share information confidentially and to have protections from fraud. And finally, people want the ability to share their ideas and services with the world. We all don't want to just consume content from large media sites or tech platforms. We all want to bring our ideas to the world. The success of the internet over the past 50 years is due to what we call permissionless innovation. Tim Berners-Lee did not have to ask anyone to launch the World Wide Web. Jeff Bezos did not have to ask permission before he launched Amazon Online to sell books. Marcos Galperin did not have to get permission when he created the Mercado Libre online marketplace. The strength of the internet is that the next great idea or service could come out of someone sitting in that room with all of you or somewhere else in the globe. We shouldn't have to ask permission. We should be able to bring our ideas to the world as people did before us. And this is a really critical issue right now because around the world, we see people seeking to put restrictions on that very kind of global sharing and innovation. Governments talk about sovereignty and wanting to impose borders on the borderless internet. This is reflected in the global debate around geopolitics in general, and we see that filtering into the internet environment. We need to push back on this. We need to remind governments that the success of their digital economies is because of permissionless innovation. So I would propose to you that this is the internet we want. We want it affordable, accessible, and multilingual, reliable, resilient, and permissionless, safe, secure, and multi-stakeholder, and fundamentally a force for good in our society. This is our internet. This could be the internet for everyone. This is really the mission and vision of the internet society. So how do we get there? How do we get to that internet that we want? Many of the building blocks are already in place. The internet today is built on the voluntary open standards created by organizations such as the Internet Engineering Task Force, or IETF. Those open standards, built not by governments or big corporations, but by anybody who wants to be involved. These open standards create the foundation upon which the online world is based. These are critical, and we must continue to support the development of open standards and ensure that policies support their use and growth around the world. Connecting the remaining 2.6 billion people in the world is a big challenge. All of the easy connections have been made. The remaining connectivity gaps are often in rural and remote areas, and they impact some of the most vulnerable or marginalized populations in the world. But we at the Internet Society have seen an example of connectivity that works. It's called community-centered connectivity. In this model, a local community working with experts from the Internet Society or from APC or others determine a sustainable business model that works for that community. The local community then gets trained to ensure that they have the technical skills in that community that are necessary to build and maintain those local networks over the long run. We also have to work that government policies and regulations actually support community networks and don't set up barriers to their success. And finally, we need to make sure that these local experts that have been trained are then connected to the technical communities in their region in order to ensure that that connectivity, that local connectivity, is sustainable and keeps growing. We have seen that this model can work, and we've seen it work right here in Mexico with multiple indigenous communities in the Oaxaca region. We've seen this work in the Gaba Gaba community network in Papua New Guinea and the Wamanalo community in Hawaii. We've seen this work in the Kunde community on the slopes of Mount Everest in Nepal and in hundreds of other communities around the globe. At the Internet Society, it is our belief that with the right support and training, local communities can connect themselves to the internet. They can maintain that connectivity, and in the long run, they can defend that connectivity because they know what to do when it breaks. This is not the easiest model. It is not the fastest, but we know that it works. And at the Internet Society, we're committing over $30 million over the next 5 years to bring this model to more places around the world. We think that this is a big part of affordability and reliability and resilience of the Internet of the future, and we're committed to doing our part. Another building block is the core infrastructure that ensures that local connectivity is both resilient and affordable. The Internet is a global network of networks, and right now there are over 70,000 networks that interconnect to form this Internet of ours. But sometimes those connections happen in strange ways that aren't good for affordability or resilience. For example, there was a time when an email sent by one user on one network in Mexico City would travel all the way to the US before coming back to Mexico City in order to reach its destination on a different network. As you can imagine, this adds complexity and it increases the costs and lowers the resilience of the Internet for those users. The solution is for network operators to agree to connect to each other at an Internet exchange point and do what the technical community calls peering, which is agreeing to share traffic. This keeps traffic local, thereby making it more affordable, more reliable, and more resilient. Our Pulse website, which is our measurement website, indicates that there are now 8 Internet exchange points across Mexico, which is excellent to see. This investment and support for IXP should make the Internet in Mexico more resilient and more affordable, and we'll be doing measurements to see if that's really the case. But this is the weaving together of local networks that's critical to achieving the Internet that we want. Another critical building block that ensures a safe and secure Internet is encryption. From when we wake up in the morning to when we go to bed at night, we all rely on encryption every day for our online experience. Encryption safeguards the personal security of billions of people around the world and the national security of all of our countries. Whether it's our private messages, online banking, air traffic control, medical data, or e-voting, our online information must be protected against eavesdropping and tampering. Unfortunately, we see policy proposals emerging all across the world that would compromise encryption and undermine the security and privacy of citizens, companies, and institutions. So as all of you go out and work on public policies, I ask that you remember that encryption is the key building block of our secure online future. If you need more information in your own advocacy on this topic, I encourage you to join the Global Encryption Coalition. This coalition now has over 466 members from 108 countries who are working together to ensure that policymakers and others understand why encryption is so important for all of us. Finally, I want to mention resilience. It is increasingly important to understand the relationship between electricity and internet resilience. If there is no electricity to power routers, switches, receivers, and data centers, then there is no internet. And honestly, this is where your region has a lot to share with the rest of the world. For example, the island of Puerto Rico recently had an island-wide power outage. The lights went out, it was dark everywhere, and yet internet connectivity continued. It wasn't as strong as normal, but it was still there. And a member of our Puerto Rico chapter explained it actually rather simply. Many houses have solar panels and battery backups. Many towers for mobile networks now have backup generators. This was all enough to continue providing power to the access points, devices, and infrastructure to keep connectivity flowing. You can imagine how important that is for early responders and emergency personnel, but also for citizens trying to keep track of each other. We can contrast that to the experience a few weeks later with the nationwide power outages in Spain and Portugal. No power and basically no internet. So it's clear that policymakers and industry need to take steps to improve the resilience of the internet and power infrastructure that we all depend upon. So these are the building blocks that we use at the Internet Society. We think this is how we contribute to building the internet that we want. Now, given that this is a school, I'm going to leave you with a bit of homework. 3 things. First, form a vision of the internet that you want and hold on to that vision. I've outlined what I've heard and what I believe is critical, but you need to form your vision. And then you need to use that vision as you shape the policies and programs that will define the future internet for your country and your community. The challenge we face right now is that there are many other competing visions out there for what the internet should be. There's one view that sees the internet as a place of high crime and terror, and a place that needs to be controlled and suppressed. There are some governments that would like to make the internet a place of surveillance and control. There are commercial actors that would like to see the internet be a place where you can only pay to play and that you have to seek corporate permission for everything you do. We need to offer an alternative vision, a positive vision for how the internet can work for everyone. And that starts with people like you in that room. Second, do everything you can to learn about how the internet actually works. So often we see proposals from policymakers to solve public interest problems that are extremely well intended, but they don't have a chance of working because they don't align with how the internet is actually put together. We at the Internet Society have free online training courses that you can take. We also offer a few fellowship programs. Many of our partner organizations also have similar training programs. Use those programs, take advantage of that information. We also have a platform at something called pulse.internetsociety.org that provides you with data and measurements about how the internet is working in your country. You're going to learn a great amount this week at the school. Whatever opportunities you have to learn more about how the internet really works, seize them, because you will become a better policymaker or advocate, and you will create better policies that have a better chance of solving real problems. Third, get involved with your local internet governance forum. While there is a global IGF coming up next month in June in Norway, there are national and regional IGFs happening all around the world. This is perhaps one of the most exciting outcomes of the IGF. Not just that it has a global event attended by stakeholders from around the world, but it has spurred on a global movement of local IGFs where people in a country or region come together and said they want to be part of shaping the internet in their country or region. They don't just want the governments to do it or big companies. They want to be involved themselves. And if you don't have a local IGF, start one. There are many examples you can draw from. There are guidelines, draft agendas. At the Internet Society Foundation, we have a program that offers funding for local IGFs, and we have local chapters around the world that we could connect you with who might be able to help. Fourth, I guess there were four pieces to your assignment, not 3. Find out how you can get involved with your country's participation in and preparation for these global negotiations about the internet, like the WSIS Plus 20. Sometimes asking a simple question of your government officials, like, how can I help you prepare for the WSIS Plus 20, can open the door to shaping your government's position. And if there isn't a way for you to be involved, then you have an opportunity to help push open those doors. This is one of the areas where the Internet Society chapters are so impressive. Every day, they are working with their governments and insisting that local voices are included in internet policy development. Finally, embrace the opportunities and enjoy being part of and further building the community of people who care about the internet's future. Look around you in that room today and online. These are the people that will help you. Build the human connections, build the human resilience that will grow the internet. I think this is the internet we want. It's affordable, it's accessible, it's multilingual, it's reliable, resilient, permissionless, safe, secure, and multi-stakeholder. What is your vision? I hope that it's a vision that the internet is a force for good in our society. This is our internet. This is the internet for everyone. So I'm so glad that you're part of the South School on Internet Governance. I'm incredibly grateful to Olga for inviting me to speak to you. Thank you for being champions of the internet's future. We're depending on you. And I'm happy to take any questions or comments in the time we have remaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aplauso para Sally. Thank you very much, Sally. Very interesting 4 points, and I hope that our our students take them. One thing that you said reminds me of a say we have in Spanish. I think it exists in English. El camino al infierno está lleno de buenas intenciones. It means that the way to hell is full of good intentions. And I think this is what's happening with some of the policies that we see now. Good intentions about protecting perhaps privacy, security, but policymakers not having perhaps all the information. And this is why I think that the value of the multi-stakeholder model resides, because there you have an informative dialogue for them to get information and do the right policies. So I think it's a very interesting moment. I was talking about to the students this morning that we all have to be vigilant of what is happening. Every one of us can do something to make our voice heard. All the activities have remote participation, virtual participation. If it's nice to be in Oslo, in Norway, but if you are not there, you can make your voice heard or talk to your government. So let's think about the internet that we want. We have comments or questions for Sally. ¿Tenemos preguntas o comentarios para Sally? Ahí, levante la mano. ¿Alguien me ayuda con los micrófonos? I can help with translation. We have translation here, but if we need, I can help.
Thanks again. Ms. Sally, thank you so much for your conference. It was very interesting, and I love the approach that you guys are taking in terms of providing safe internet for everyone. In Costa Rica, we have a problem in terms of data collection to understand where people is connected and how they are connected. This is like a public policy issue that we need to work on. Right now, we are trying to determine where are what we call the dark areas, meaning the areas where people are not connected or are connected but are not able to either study or create innovation, based on that. And I just wonder if Internet Society has any type of support, whether in terms of how to do this, not with a good intention, but totally aligned to what is needed, in that sense. And also in terms of funding. That's one. And the second one is if we can align also into developing programs to educate our Congress people in the country. Because, for example, when I talked about this issue with the leader of a committee of innovation and science in our Congress, the leader, when I told her, I need your help to get this data so I can map this out so we can develop strategies to connect people. And when I mentioned that to her, she told me, no, because that's a commercial secret, data. And I said, no, I don't need that, level of a specification of data, but what I need is if people are connected or not and in what capability. And so for me, that was very frustrating because she was the leader of the commission in the Congress, leading all these tech-related issues, and she was clueless about this level of implication. And so I think one of the and I was actually discussing that yesterday with another fellow from Argentina. That's one of the things that we need to do in our countries in Latin America is to educate the Congress, the people making laws, to not do very well but totally wrong policies. I think I expressed myself in that sense.
Excellent question. You are hitting on something that we also observe in a number of environments, the need for better data about the deployment of core infrastructure, fiber infrastructure, and so forth. And in fact, a number of organizations came together over the last, I want to say 2 or 3 years, the ITU, the World Bank, the Internet Society, Mozilla, and a couple other organizations, because we were all grappling with that exact question that you posed of how do we get a better snapshot of where terrestrial infrastructure has been deployed. And the other issue that we observed was that to the extent that the data exists, it all comes in different forms. And so it's very difficult to layer data over data and actually build that map that we're all trying to get to. And that is a problem for regulators. It's a problem for donors that are trying to support the deployment of infrastructure. It's a challenge for local communities, et cetera. So the first thing that we all did was we agreed on a standard. So what is the standard for sharing this kind of data? And like you said, we're not asking for the commercial proprietary data, but really what we're looking at is broad deployment data so that we understand where the gaps are. So the standard has been developed. It's called the Open Fiber Data Standard, and it's something that the Internet Society is working very hard to promote around the world. And I think if there's a way that we can get your information passed to us, Olga, maybe you can help us with that. I'd love to put you in touch with the team in our measurements group that's working on that. Because that's an open standard. The ITU likes it, the World Bank likes it, and so it might be more palatable to your, government officials, the Congress people, and so forth. The other piece that you mentioned that is just an enormous challenge is, our government officials are grappling with huge problems, often large portfolios, and they aren't always well trained on the intricacies of the technology the way some of us might be. I remember that very well, being in government, and it was very hard to understand all of the ins and outs and the acronyms and all the rest. We at the Internet Society have some programs where we can train government officials. We're happy to talk to you about those. Other colleagues, I know ICANN does this, LACNIC does this very well. We all try to work together to provide local communities with resources where you can provide seminars and training to your government officials, or you can bring them into programs that we're offering. Because we really do want our governments to make good choices. And I believe often that they start with great intentions. As Olga said, we have real challenges in the world, and our policymakers are charged with trying to tackle them. But then it's hard to translate those challenges into solutions that would actually work in the internet. So that's something that we at the Internet Society work very hard at. And again, I'm happy to share some of those resources with you that you might then be able to move in with the officials that you're interacting with.
Más preguntas para Sally? More questions to Sally? There.
Well, the world is evolving constantly.
Where are you from? Your name and your...
Well, my name is Carlos Emiliano Cesar Cortés. I'm from Mexico. And here is my question. How will the Internet Society deal with the shift to quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and also hackers who will also use this technology?
Thank you. Thank you for the English questions.
Good questions. These are all the big topics that are changing our future, right? We are paying a lot of attention to how artificial intelligence and quantum is changing the world that we all live in, and the way in which that interacts with the internet itself. For us, fundamentally, as I said earlier, we know that for a huge portion of the world, they still lack the basic infrastructure to even be part of these advances, right? So as we talk about artificial intelligence, we know that this is going to create tremendous a demand for compute, for power, et cetera. It's going to draw a lot of resources in, but that can't distract us from that basic requirement that people around the world have access to affordable, reliable, and resilient internet. So as the world goes running off after artificial intelligence and quantum and computing, these are incredibly important and groundbreaking technologies. But that doesn't reduce our commitment to ensuring that people are fundamentally online and can participate in the new technology as it rolls out. So we're not going to get distracted at the Internet Society, but we're also paying a lot of attention to what that means and what these new technologies mean for the internet and the demands that will be placed on the underlying infrastructure. And then to your point about, I think it was scams and hackers and things like that. That's the reason why we spend a lot of time and resources advocating for online security. We need to deploy and ensure that encryption is deployed around the world, that everybody has access to it, that people aren't trying to tinker with it and sort of make it kind of encrypted and kind of not encrypted. Really can't do that in the age of quantum computing. We need strong encryption deployed around the world to keep us all safe. And then we're working very hard this year at the Internet Society to invest in programs around online safety and security. So as we bring new communities into the internet, as I said, they're often the most marginalized and vulnerable people that have been left behind. As they come online, we want to ensure that they're armed with the resources, the education, the training, and the skills so that they can operate safely online. So that's a big area of focus for us this year.
Thank you very much, Sally. If you have any documents or things that you want us to share among the network of the school, we have trained more 8,000 fellows so far.
You have the alumni network that everybody is jealous of, so you're absolutely right.
Thank you so much. Thanks, and also thank you for the continued support from Internet Society and also Internet Society Foundation. Organizing such a big school and all the demands that we have, it's challenging, and every help is always very much welcome. Is there any? You have time for one more question?
I can take one more question. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Fernando Bustos. Yo vengo del Ministerio.
I'll translate after.
I come from the Ministry of Communications and Technologies from Colombia, and part of the reason why we are here is because we want to know some of the successful cases and the models that could be replicated in our regions, in our countries, in such a way that we can have an impactful model. So we really appreciate your participation in this event. And my thoughts is how can local have an actual structural impact at the national level? You spoke about the case of Mexico. You also spoke about the case of Nepal. So my question is as follows. What would be the role of those local communities? For example, to have the possibility of sustainability, speaking about access, connectivity, the quality in terms of the internet and the impact it could have in these communities. So which are the strategies and which are the possible incentives and the different types of actions that could get implemented in order to, we want people to be able to contribute to that connectivity.
He comes from the Ministry of ICT from Colombia, and he was interested about the cases that you talked about. I think the network, community networks, especially the examples of Nepal and Mexico. And he would like to know about how to promote the creation of these networks and how to sustain them in time, and to make them have an impact in the local community. ¿Lo dije bien? Okay? Yeah, thank you.
That's great. And we actually have some examples of community network deployments in Colombia, and some of the training programs would be happy to share with the ministry if that's of interest. You're exactly right. And one of the challenges with the community networks is that they tend to be deployed in regions that, for whatever reason, the incumbent operators have found not to be commercially viable for one reason or another. And so there's a sustainability challenge with that, with those networks. One of the things that we do when we work with a local community that wants to deploy this kind of model is we really sit with them and talk about what the sustainability plan could be. There is initial grant funding that comes in from organizations like the Internet Society. Sometimes universal service funds are available from governments if they've opened those up to community networks. I would say if you're thinking about supporting this model and you're a government official, look at your universal service funding model. Some of them prevent funding for these kinds of communities. So something to look at in terms of your policy role. But then we work with them to develop a financial sustainability plan that takes them from initial grant funding to a model of commercial viability over the long run. It might be subscriber based, it might be other kinds of funding solutions. And there's a whole body of work that has been done to document what that financial sustainability plan would be. So that's quite important. We have found in some cases the networks will connect with other community networks, and so that provides a larger subscriber base, and that then becomes attractive to investors and others. So there's different ways of doing that, but it's really important that we have those conversations at the outset of a community network, and it's certainly something we look at when we're looking at funding and support for local communities. So we've done a lot of work on this. We've published some things. We can also get those over to you. And also, like I said, share some of the examples of community networks in Colombia, but also in other countries in Latin and South America, if that's of interest.
Thank you very much, Sally. By the way, Internet Society Argentina has developed a very large community network in Córdoba. Installing fiber optics, kind of totally finished now. So if you want, I can share this with Colombian colleagues. So big applause for Sally. Thank you for all the time that you gave us and for the insights from the organization, which I dare a lot, and I devote my time through the chapter. So thank you very much for being with us, and maybe I meet you will you be in Oslo for the IGF?
I will not be in Oslo. I have a family commitment. I will be in Prague, and then I'll be in Geneva for the high-level event.
See you in Prague, so kind of soon.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Sally.
Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful rest of your week, everyone.
You too. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Hora del almuerzo. Lunchtime. We have lunchtime, so we're going to be back. It is at 2:30. And please do not take longer. 2:30.
Gracias. Pueden salir acá, ¿cómo es? Acá afuera.
¿Dónde está? Aquí está el Box Lounge.
El Box Lounge. O si quieren, arriba, suben una escalera por acá atrás y tienen otras opciones de comida si quieren. O si se quieren. Y hay no Starbucks. O sea, nosotros les proveemos el lunch, pero si quieren otra cosa, o si quieren circular por el predio, que es muy bonito, 14:30 acá. O sea, vayan donde quieran, pero 14:30 están acá. Gracias.
We will continue with the afternoon's agenda. Afternoon agenda. I hope you have enjoyed lunch. Did you discover upstairs there is a very nice place to sit down to eat your lunch? If you can also buy what is more interesting to you. Now, since we are celebrating Internet Day, for that we will have Bruno. Bruno, are you there? He is the regional director of the Union of Telecommunications, the regional director for the International Union of Telecommunications in the Americas. Dear Bruno, how are you? Good. Very good, Olga. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you well. Good in Mexico, a beautiful room offered by the Tecnológico de Monterrey. We are very, very happy to have you as to have them as the host. And here we have Oscar, Adrian, and the interns. This morning we had a very interesting presentation by Doreen. He sent greetings to the school and to the interns. And now we will have you. I understand you're in Geneva, or are you going back from Geneva? 160 years of the International Union of Telecommunications. You're going to be speaking about this, the future of digital development, and something that I mentioned is the three big topics of which is development standards and the spectrum, and a special mention to spectrum, which is that important in today's telecommunications. As I told you, and as you see in the agenda, Bruno proposed to speak about this evolution, 160 years of the International Union of Telecommunications, all the way from telegraph to AI, and all the development we have today. So, dear Bruno, do you have a presentation, or are you going to be sharing your presentation from your place, from your computer? Yes. Welcome, then. Thanks so much. It is a huge pleasure to be here with you, Olga. I really appreciate this invitation. Every year, you, Adrian, all of you. I remember I met you, I met many of you 2 weeks ago. I really appreciate, and it is a big pleasure. I am the director for all the interns and the director of the International Telecommunications Union. We are seated in Geneva. We are located and seated in Switzerland, and we also have offices across the world. And offices are divided into regions, and in the Americas, I am the director for the Americas office, and I am in charge of 4 offices. Well, if it's okay with you, I will share my presentation as Olga just said, and I wanted to talk to you about the International Telecommunications Union because this last Saturday I was in Geneva. I am coming back from Geneva. I came back home 2 hours ago. And on Saturday from 7 a.m. we had the celebration of 160 years of this union. And after talking to Olga, I thought that it is only once in a lifetime that you celebrate 160 years. Next time we will celebrate 170, and it has been very important to be in this celebration of this very important frames we have. I wanted to present to you and some challenges, but also opportunities as well, and telecommunications. And about the telecommunications, I have the general vision of the union after 160 years. I will be sharing my screen, and I will see if you can see the presentation. Can you look at it? Yes, we can. I will be speaking about the challenges, trends, opportunities, and a little bit more about all this, but in the Americas region. Many of you here, maybe many of you already know the history of the Union. And for those who do not know it, I will be making a snapshot about this union. In this snapshot, you can see the quick evolution. The quick evolution of Geneva-seated organization, and it is in the intersection of technologies, technical and regulatory experiences, and global ideas for sustainable development, supported by the United Nations. This International Telecommunications Union started in 1865, and it started as a European organization dedicated to work with the standards and to work with international agreements of telegraphs. It originally started in Bern, and then the organization joined the United Nations in 1947, and then moved to Geneva a year later. After the evolution of technology, and after 160 years of technology evolution, the Union addresses the challenge to connect all people during this era of AI, satellite, bigger constellations, as well as direct communications with for the different devices. This union was created to manage the first international telegraph networks. The International Telecommunications Union has been working since then to connect the world. After all these years, the mandate of the union has now included telephone services, the development of radio communications, and the introduction of the first communication channels, and more recently, during the time of information based on telecommunications. During this journey, the structure and activities of the Union have evolved and have adapted in order to respond to the needs resulting from this mandate that is always transforming. I wanted to present what is the role of the Union in the development of the Americas. In the region of the Americas, the Union has supported the development of public policies, the implementation of pilot projects, as well as the institutional strengthening. The collaboration has been key, working hand by hand with entities such as CITEL, governments and non-government organizations in order to close the digital gaps and to make progress and to have significant, meaningful connectivity. What is what we mean by universal connectivity and significant, meaningful connectivity? We need to recognize that having access or being online is not enough in order to fully benefit from this connectivity. If we recognize this reality, connectivity, meaningful connectivity, has been one of the main objectives of public policies, and information is key for the success of this aim. So it is the capacity of all people in order to enjoy this safe online experience and reaching productive connection at an affordable price. It doesn't mean that all people should be always connected. It rather describes a situation where all people could have access to internet in an optimum way, affordable, whenever it is necessary, because it is the aim of all digital policies. Now, let's speak about the development of our region. The region of the Americas reaches almost a universal coverage, almost 96% of the population having access to 3G or higher. 63%, and this is 5G coverage. Almost 9 out of every 10 people use internet. It is above the world average. Connectivity among youngsters is high. 95% of people from 15 and 24 years of age are online. And something that we need to highlight is that this is the only region where women will have higher likelihood to use internet than men. This is a positive indicator of the digital inclusion. These numbers show that meaningful connectivity can be accessed, and despite of the fact that progress is unequal, we still have big disparities. These are some of the numbers that go from 56 to 95%. This reflects the clear domestic inequalities. 5G is available only in 9 out of the 35 countries in our region. Only in 9. Access to wide bandwidth exceeds 47% in every 100 inhabitants. The gap in internet use between rural and urban places is 6 percentage points, 90% in urban zones, 74% in rural places. Affordability, this is a key element in our region, and prices of mobile wideband in the Americas go from 1.8% of the GDP per capita, slightly below the objective, which is 2% established by the United Nations, but it is still above the global mean, 1.1%. And 16 in countries of our 35, we still have a 2% threshold, islands and developing islands. Fixed with a wideband is less affordable. Only 5 countries meet the 2% objective, and the national mean is 3.2%. So these numbers show you that coverage is generalized in the region. The cost of access is still limiting the significant or meaningful use, specifically in low-income areas. Regulatory progress has played a very important role in connectivity, with 23 countries which are now the third or fourth generation of the regulation, and we call it G4 or G3, the most advanced levels of regulation. Nonetheless, as of the year 2015, the regulatory development has deaccelerated significantly. Very few countries have reached the superior standards, and 2 countries are still using G1, which is the first generation of regulation. We need to have a more agile regulation, and specifically in those countries, small countries, islands, and Mediterranean countries where the limited capacity, hinders the digital transformation. We need to strengthen the governance frameworks and the regulatory approaches across the region. It is essential in order to keep making progress. This is a very important point, because I believe that it would be for you interns a point to pay attention to. for the future work about the regulatory evolution and the challenge for governments in the region and the need we have people with a vision in order to help in here in this challenge. Cybersecurity. This is a key point. Cybersecurity and electronic waste and sustainability. Preparation for cybersecurity is unequal. Generation of a high generation of electronic waste, 53 above 100 with national results that go from 18.2 and 99.9%. Generation of electronic waste is very, very high in our region. In 2022, in the region, there was 14.3 billion kilograms of electronic residue or waste, and it represents 23% of the total in the world. Recycling is not enough. 30% of electronic waste was recycled correctly above the global average, which is 22%, but it is far away from the European level, which is 46%. Formalized collection systems were unequal. 20 countries with formal systems to compile or to collect e-waste or to pick up or to gather e-waste, and the implementation varies. And these are important challenges we have. Speaking about the three topics: cybersecurity, cyber electronics, and sustainability. I will try. In the next three slides, I will be speaking about some examples of the work that can be made in other countries. These are examples of work that the ILO has, and these are some of the examples, and this could be an example for other similar activities that interns can have. They can have ideas about topics, they can have ideas about projects to be worked with and to be replicated. In Guatemala, rural indigenous were trained to build and to manage TIC networks in their communities. In Dominican Republic, for example, new regulations were adopted for electronic residue supported by the ILO to protect health and to promote sustainable growth. In Paraguay, an ILO project is supporting the development of the new legal framework in order to manage electronic waste and to promote the global economy. This slide shows some of the efforts. The most recent representative efforts we are supporting in order to do regulatory improvement. In Dominican Republic, we have given technical assistance in order to modernize regulatory frameworks to promote a better environment for digital development, for investment and inclusion. In Paraguay, we are working in the implementation of regulatory improvement mechanisms in order to have faster participative processes, evidence-based for the decision-making process. In Honduras, we're working in order to change the telecommunications law, and this is to bring to the national legislation the best international practices and to facilitate the deployment of new technologies. In Central America, we have introduced the regulatory new action plan, the biggest in the region, including the 7 countries implementing test or regulatory sandboxes that would allow us to experience new business models and technologies under the controlled supervision and safe supervision. And in El Salvador, we are collaborating with the government in an ambitious project, which is digital agriculture, that is going to not only promote the transformation of the livestock sector, but it will also make regulatory adjustments in order to facilitate the use of emerging technologies in rural places. These are only some of the examples of the work, joint effort we've been doing with member countries, considering the national realities with a regional view aligned to the principles of meaningful connectivity and sustainable development. This is an example of the project we call Smart Cities Projects, which is an emblematic example of how ILO is working in order to improve life of people through technology, and together with the Caribbean Telecommunications Union and the Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. And this project is bringing connectivity and digital tools to fishing communities in countries such as Barbados, Grenada, San Vincent, Grenadines, and Trinidad and Tobago. And apart from strengthening maritime communities, and the aim of the project is to empower all these communities through the use of TICs in order to social and economic development. Let's remember that more than 90% of the international fishing fleet includes artisans that face significant challenges and risks, and it is very important for food meal security, and this is why ILO has given technical information, the use of radios and regulatory authorities and response equipment pieces in case of emergencies. These efforts save lives and strengthen the resilience of the communities. When the hurricane reached the Caribbean Union reacted quickly, and it gave satellite devices that help with the connectivity in 30 countries. This work shows the commitment of ILO to be prepared in light of emergencies and the deployment of resilient infrastructure and the strengthening of the domestic capacities. In October 2024, ILO did a 4-day mission to Montevideo to support the National Office of Telecommunications and Services in Uruguay to organize the first practical workshop on mapping, analysis, and telecommunications infrastructure planning. This effort is part of the joint effort with Uruguay in order to develop and to implement the national mapping system. This type of tool, digital tool, allows to visualize and collect data about the coverage and quality of the networks, to identify connectivity gaps. The lack of data, of centralized data or updated data, has been a challenge for the decision-making process, the informed decision-making process, and this is why the system is going to be key to improve the coordination between the public and private sectors and to guide policies that will strengthen the digital infrastructure in the country. The workshop included sectorial visits and key connectivity initiatives. This is to have the concrete snapshot of the telecommunications in Uruguay, and this is also the base for more projects. Mapping systems and wideband, this is another key point. In ILO, we have a whole system of support, a system for all countries who want to implement the system, and it is accessible at the ILO's website. Now, I want to speak the journey to be taken in the Americas. And these are the last slides that I will be presenting. I will be speaking about the future, and I want to speak about the journey we're going to take. I already spoke about ILO, I already spoke about work, I already spoke about the special work we have been doing in the Americas, which are the challenges, which are the opportunities, and now I will be speaking about in the last two slides, I will be speaking about the journey, the way, the track. In order to expand rural connectivity and to strengthen fixed wideband, it is going to be fundamental to close access gaps. It is necessary to bring affordability and with to remote places or low-income places. In remote places, investments in digital competencies are essential in order to guarantee connectivity is going to bring opportunities. Last but not least, data has a sound and reliable data systems are needed. A good policy is going to need good evidence. Many countries, specifically small island countries and developing countries, do not have consistent data about affordability, competences, and infrastructure. The strengthening of the national data systems is going to be key for the digital development, the inclusive and more intelligent development. As connectivity becomes more generalized, there are going to be new risks, threats against cybersecurity, like the challenges related to data privacy, misinformation, and digital well-being. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence offer huge potential, but it also implies risks. In many countries of the region, many countries are not ready to to effectively manage risks. So we need to think, and we need to think in terms of data protection, security, ethics. We need to think in terms of in the introduction of AI. And at the same time, electronic waste is growing, and the regulatory fragmentation takes the risk of expanding and making the gap even bigger between those that have to be updated and those who are responsible for making policies need to take a collaborative approach considering the future in order to speed up progress to meaningful connectivity and a sustainable digital transformation. With 160 years, the Union confirms its commitment to promote sustainable, equal development. We work, as Olga said at the beginning, we work in very technical sectors where we have recommendations about the development work, to take these recommendations and bring them into the countries in order to look for the development of everyone. This is the end of my presentation. I would like to express my gratitude to Olga, Adrian, Carl. Thank you all for this opportunity you give me to work together. I am certain that all this information, at least during these few minutes, there is a vision for all the virtual attendees, so that for the things we can do in the future, and things with these words, with my words, you can look for more information. You can also think about the challenges we will face in the future. And yes, it is necessary to build capacities and to train those people who will be transforming our future. Thanks so much.
Gracias, Bruno.
Bruno, do you have time for questions or comments? Yes, of course. Before a question by the interns, I was looking at the very interesting projects you were showing. Those projects, are those government-sponsored projects? How can it be how government or how an NGO is going to have access and will be able to submit the needs to the union and to be able to make these projects a reality, some of the projects you mentioned? In general terms, we work with 3 different types of projects. As always, to first look for resources. This is very, very important. And the first way is to be in direct touch with different people. We work with the members, with the countries. And there's one word that I call countries with priorities, and we work with the union so that we can help them to directly work with the countries. The second way of working is by looking for development banks, international organizations with the strategies. For example, I do not know if you remember, I spoke about the sandbox regulatory and the Central American one. It was a huge effort with the European community. It is a resource that comes from the European community, a big resource for the Central American countries that will implement this project in the next 3 years. It is a big project. We also want to work for the new office that will be located in Panama, to have a hub in Panama for the Central American region. This is the second way. And the third way would be to use the seed money we have, which is not that much, but we have, I do not know, but shortly ago the countries met in Paraguay in order to define the regional priorities for the next 4 years, and it will be passed at the international conference and that will be held in Azerbaijan in November. With all this, we will have resources, some resources in order to implement the national priorities. These are the 3 different ways of working. These are the 3 ways to look for resources. We're also working with a new team in the region that I am leading in order to look for new resources. And this is a key point for to work in the union. We work a lot in the seed main place to produce products and services. But in the regions, what I believe is good for the future is to look for resources in order to implement direct projects. Thanks, Bruno. I have a question by one attendee, by a virtual attendee, Elia Gabriela Vázquez Hermoso. I believe it is a question similar to the one that I already asked. What is the process before ILO to bring support projects to vulnerable communities? I do not know if the answer is going to be the same. Yes, more or less the same answer. Do we have more questions? Bruno presented very interesting information about mobile service market share and 5G. I have my friend from Peru. He has a question from the Lima University. Would you please then share your presentation with us, because it has very interesting information that could be useful to interns. Thanks, Bruno, for this very interesting presentation. I am Javier from Lima, Peru. What is your vision about the satellite LEO constellations? We already have Starlink. We have OneWay. We also have the Kuiper project. introduce when the first 27 satellites. I also have the Chinese constellation, the European Union one. In terms of connectivity, all this could change the situation at the Latin American level and to finish the gaps. And so I would like to have your attention, your perspective. Thanks, Javier. My pleasure. As I said, my vision, things will happen. It will take some time, but I do believe that connectivity, we're speaking about satellite constellations, and we're working in order to have a connectivity solution. But in my presentation, significant universal connectivity definition is having connectivity, but I believe this connectivity is going to become the smallest part of it, because we will have two aspects: how to use the information, and then to have money and to be able to have resources. So these are the two big topics that we see today. Are we going to have more connectivity problems? Despite of the fact we have connectivity in technical terms, I believe the next challenge we will be facing is how to use, how to create capacities, how to create knowledge, and if possible, to have financial capacity for this. These are the big challenges we will have. But speaking about connectivity, as I have said, in remote places, yes, it is a big thing to have connectivity, at least. We will have a capacity to be in touch with people, but we need to always look for knowledge and financial capacity. Do we have more questions for Bruno? Can someone help me with the microphone, please? Hi, Bruno. Good afternoon. And first, I would like to thank the presentation, but I also would like to commend the activities and the actions for this very important international growth rate. The activities are great in the rural context, but history has also taught us that unfortunately we have learned on the fly. When the internet was created, we also had new problems. So in this journey to bring technology to the rural places, wouldn't it be possible, convenient, and I would like to repeat what I said, considering the situation, to first come to these communities with an adequate digital education? Wouldn't it be better? Is that a question? Yes, that is a question. Yes, and if we think, I always have a vision. Telecommunications is just the means to have social and economic development. It is not the ultimate goal. You get what I say? So it is not telecommunications. I have always worked with telecommunications, and to me this is the only one thing that I know how to do, but it is never the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to have a society, inclusive society, a society where all people can work and develop together. So I do believe that telecommunications is essential for the social development, so that we have an inclusive society, because access to information. In fact, it is not possible to think about education without having access to education. And in order to have access to education, we need to always have connectivity. So it is two different things, I believe. And yes, of course, we need to look for education, we need to look for training, but for all this to be possible, today we need to also look for connectivity. That is going to be essential. Access to information, what people will be doing with information. That is something different, what people will be doing with information. That is more into the social, but to at least have access. Thanks so much. Are there more questions? The last one. Sandra, would you please help me with the microphone? Do you have one more minute, Bruno? Yes. This is the end of my day. I adjourn. I have an easy day. And to me, it is 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Okay. Short questions, please. Yes. And thanks, Bruno. We're going to be very concrete. Carlos Borja from Kappa 8. My question is, in this process of making connectivity universal, do you have a strategy speaking about cybersecurity or information security? And in case it doesn't exist, which are the entities you use? Or which are the challenges you see in terms of security? Thanks so much. Thanks, Carlos. Thanks. Yes, we do have a cybersecurity strategy. In my presentation, what the ILO is doing in terms of cybersecurity is to give states data and statistics, enough statistics, so that the states can discuss public policies to work with reliable data. And to, if you visit the union's website, you see the security and you can see data about security and the promotion of data security. And I would like to say something important. Speaking about reliable statistics with data, that this is the only way for the states to have strategies for each one of those challenges. So, since cybersecurity is very important, we see the state of the art in other countries. If we see how other countries, what other countries are doing in terms of regulation, all this will be the work of ILO. And we also have many activities. We have promoted the biggest cyber drill 2 weeks ago at the Emirates. Every year we have a global cyber drill, and there we have been the winners of the people connected all at the same time doing cybersecurity control activities. There are many activities, but my position is to provide states the capacity to have reliable data in order to promote protection, public policies, security, and also to be able to discuss about privacy, access to data. What we have lots of information so that all this can be addressed with the members. If I may, I have three questions, three virtual questions, two very interesting and very similar, one by Juan Manuel from Costa Rica, Alejandro from Mexico, in which initiatives electronic centers you work in Mexico. Juan Manuel is asking from Costa Rica if Latin America has made progress in terms of electronic recycling. These are about the environment, and then I have another one. Why is it that Mexico, this is by Alejandro in Mexico, why is it going to be losing the satellite position by SatMex? This could bring delays, not being able to take internet to marginalized places in Mexico. And the last question, I do not have information about that. I can specifically look for this information. I worked with other countries speaking about satellite positions, and I do not believe I need to have correct information so that I can answer the question. But I can look for more information. We should always speak about the satellite positions. And speaking about the waste, recycling, our region is working, but I believe that our problem here is the coordination among the different government entities. So it is not only, we do not only work with federal governments, we do not only work with focal points in telecommunications or the industry. I believe in the region what we need to do even more is coordination work with all the levels of government in a country. And this is in general terms. There are many, many activities. There are many activities in the different departments that do not work together with the federal entities. So what we are looking for, what we want to do at the ILO, is to work with our focal points in different administrations so that we can train the best international practices. But according to my view, the biggest problem is internal coordination. Like all the organizations in the state, they have the responsibility, and it is not only federal governments recycling, but also municipal governments and the different governments. And it is a very big challenge that only with work, coordination work, is how we will be able to attain all this and to have a better organization. One last question. There are two more hands. Okay, answer two questions together, and then this is going to be it, Bruno. Thanks. Mariana from Brazil. I do not speak Spanish. The interpreter excuses herself because the person is speaking Portuguese.
Falando hoje sobre o desenvolvimento, né, das telas até a inteligência artificial, e a pergunta vai no âmbito do desenvolvimento de estratégias de inteligência artificial na região. Há quem diga que a era cambial que pode estar acontecendo no mundo agora possa favorecer parcerias políticas regionais. E daí, você também comentou sobre as interlocuções nesses anos para poder termos estratégias de desenvolvimento regional. E aí, nesse sentido, a minha pergunta, ou uma curiosidade, é se hoje nós temos articulações ou coordenações regionais para interessar estratégias de desenvolvimento baseadas em IA, e se tem conhecimento, ou se concorda, né, que este momento histórico é um momento que favorece coordenações regionais para termos IA. Acredito que é a favor das coordenações regionais, como já respondeu há pouco, mas queria entendê-las melhor em termos de IA como tecnologia. Fiz-me clara?
Sí, no es simple.
I will try to make a general answer. There are a discussion of two topics here. There are two things we need to think about. First, it is the use of technologies where we can speak and include artificial intelligence which is technology, data analysis. This is one way, and how technologies are used for development. What is normal? This is one vision. Always having technology making good progress, being used in order to do more and better. The second is a discussion, more ethical discussion of how this is going to have an impact on our life, and this is in a different setting compared to the telecommunication sector. It is a social discussion. Here, the role of the ILO is not present from my perspective. In ILO, we have one activity. We know more if you want to know about more about our work in AI. If you want to know more, we have a specific project, AI for Good. We're going to have together with the celebration of the WSIS Plus 20 in July, we will have in our AI for Good activity. And in this activity, ILO is working in many topics. Ethical use of artificial intelligence. How can we work together in order to better develop the whole world? Organizations and regional coordinations. This is all very important, but I also believe that all countries need to somehow follow the world configurations. It is not possible to only have one regional coordination, and we need to stick to the global coordination offices on this topic. In order to make this type of summary, AI is going to change. It's going to actually change how we live, and I do not know if it is for developing countries very quickly, but it will change. And what we need to do is to have a discussion, at least from the technological perspective. We need to have a type of principles for development. How are we going to be using technologies? But this is a completely social discussion that should be addressed by each country in the global discussions. It is not always. We are building the future for our children, and I do believe that what we can do is to at least follow the global interaction principles and inclusion principles that will at least tell us the development of the new technologies where we can include AI. Bruno, we took longer. Thanks for being so generous. We have other activities. Thanks for your time and for your generosity. We have a panel. The International Day of Internet. Gender equality. We have two panels, and the next one is going to be women in technology companies. No, I am reading correctly. How to bring young people to technological careers and activities. We have Lina. Are you there? We have Lina Rodriguez, Vice President of Education and Culture of our beloved Association of Internet MX, Moira. You are in Buenos Aires, Moira. I know she's there because she wrote me. She's director of the Prevention Network, Women in Bitcoin. And Ana Cecilia Perez, she was not able to be here in person, but she sent a video with her comments and her ideas. She is the partner of Kappa 8. Moira, are you there? In the northeastern part of Argentina, welcome all to this panel. It is a pleasure to see you virtually. And the topic proposed for today, how to bring gender equality in digital transformation. Destination is the pathway. We will never attain what we want, but it doesn't matter. But we need to persevere. Lina, she is a leader in Mexico, one of the 300 Mexican leaders doing digital transformation. I've been observing and reading her resume, so I have. She is a leading woman because of her entrepreneurial impact. So I have a question for Lina. She has been very successful in her technological career. And are we going to have more women based on your experience? What could you share, not only for women in the room, but also for men who interact with women? They lead companies, they have people, they lead people, and they are with us. Welcome and thanks for being here with us. And she has been a long time with us, and she has been sharing comments with the interns. And I would like to tell you both, Moira, she just connected. We have in-person, virtual from 22 countries, not only from Latin America, but we also have people from Asia, from Europe, from North America, and we have simultaneous interpretation as well. And we sometimes have questions by the virtual and in person. Thanks, Olga, and I am pleased to be in this School of Governance in the Mexican Association of Internet. As Pablo said, we are celebrating 25 years, and in this industry I have been for 21 years. So if you make calculations, you will be able to tell my age. I work in another tech in Mexico City, and how we were able to use internet was in black screens, and we were the only ones with an email. I still have a presentation because I would like to speak about some interesting data about women and technology. Would you please share the presentation? There it is. What happens? I will stand up. I am a teacher. I've been a teacher for 30 years. So teaching sitting is not what I normally do. I apologize, but some of the information that I was able to compile, and it took me to several conclusions, and I would like to share this. 22% of the labor force is women doing development and software analysis and multimedia. Only 9% of the companies, IT companies, are led by a woman. And another piece of information is that the gender gap started to grow in 2022. We would expect that as time goes by, what we would expect is to make it a smaller gender gap, but it hasn't been the reality. Initially, we thought it was because of the economic crisis after the pandemic, etc., etc. But the reality is, we stopped seeing the entrepreneurial level and private level how women should be. How we should be the leaders in the institutions and in technological companies. Something we do know today is that each time there is a board of directors with men and with women, we can come faster and more efficiently. This is how we reach the goals, because this possibility to think together about solutions, this is the right space to make it faster, more accurately, and only 31.7% of leadership roles internationally are women. It is painful, very painful, and maybe even more for those who started at 14 years of age. And today it is my fourth entrepreneurship. Being the leader of a company is not easy, and it is not easy for men or women, but to be an entrepreneur in a place like internet where the majority of people are men, and if you're a woman, you will be living experiences that I will be sharing with you later. There is an increase in the female labor force, but it doesn't translate into leadership in the organizations. We start by being coordinators and managers by 23%, a little bit less. Then we reach a higher level, vice president 12%, and only from 3 to 7% becomes a manager or a leader, or yes, a board of directors. And it is not because of lack of capacity; it is social aspects that hinder our way up. And then this double burden, because we also do household activities, and this is something that I was talking about before. It was a very interesting talk. We have many stereotypes where we need to be the superwoman, and that is not true. It is not necessary. You can decide whatever you want to do in your life and to do it at its fullest, but then we need to be the best wife, the best mother, the best business woman, the best sister, and the best daughter, and then we forget to be ourselves. And this is precisely where leadership is affected, is fragmented. Why? Because we are not being our best expression of ourselves. And if we add to this machismo in Latin American countries, the situation becomes even more complex. And where does it take me to? Well, how can we have more female leaders? I will start with a very clear program and with personal education programs, because sometimes we're all conquered by the imposter syndrome, but sometimes even it is even more common in women, and so there should be a campaigns where we could take care of ourselves, where we could dream and be in STEM degrees without the need to leave our dreams aside, where we could dream and speak about maths and internet collections and artificial intelligence, where we could also speak about quantic computing. But it will not happen. It will not happen if we do not change how families think. When a girl is playing, the first present we give to girls are dolls and diapers, and I was given cars because I really like the speed. And of course, I played with Barbies, but my Barbie were business Barbies, and they were teachers, and they were doctors and veterinarians. What do I mean by this? Our structures will move. Many times these institutional campaigns have a big challenge, and they are very boring. And if it is in TikTok or in YouTube, we think they are fulfilling one mission because they're speaking about equality. We can do it differently. We have the freedom to dream and to build the future we want. But if it is an incorrect message, even if you have it in the best social network, our social campaigns should call the population in general and to have different ambassadors and how this transformation happens. And then we could also think about these coaching spaces with women. Today in our country we have a women president. We need to have 50% of the senators, 50 and 50 in the Chamber of Deputies, but it's not happening. In entrepreneurial terms, it doesn't happen. Let's be partial and let's be 50-50. Why don't we start to do resumes without a gender? where it is going to be your skills, your capabilities, your profile, the one that will determine that you will be in one position. And if you want to be promoted, it doesn't matter if you are the mother to one, to two, or to three, or a mom to no one, regardless of your gender. And this is where coaching and with ourselves and with men around us would allow us to grow in a setting that we never thought about. It is only 7% of women in the technological industry. So there is no justice, there is no gender parity either. Another thing we need to consider is this flexibility in flexible work. I remember many years ago, I have a 21-year-old son, and I was the manager in Portland. And we were speaking about telework 18 or 19 years ago, and we always told our recruiters, consider telework, it is important for your company. And I was working in Polanco, 20 kilometers away. And when I wanted to finish on Fridays at 2 p.m., because it took me 3 ways to commute, 3 hours to commute, 3 hours to commute. When I was told no, I was given no permission to leave work at 2:30 p.m. on Fridays. And then what did I do? I moved to another job, and I got it 1.5 kilometers away from my kid. But I had to compromise a growing labor or a career. And it is not good because we can be mothers and we can also be very efficient professionally. And today, telework, home office, technology, internet, cybersecurity. What is going to happen efficiently with women from their homes? And in my third entrepreneurial activity, when I had to start my fourth company, I had 2 options. To be a marketing coordinator or to take the risk, because I was in another business. I was one of the directors, and I needed to take the risk and to say I will do my best, because I wanted to have lunch with my 14-year-old kid, and I didn't want to miss that. What did I have at that moment? Nothing. I had no family, I had no husband, I had no company, and I had to start all over again. I needed to start from scratch, and I told myself, I have my head and my computer, and I will take the risk because I have to eat with my 14-year-old kid, because he's in a very complicated moment in his life, and I was also going through my divorce. And without that decision, I would be driving 2, 4, or even 6 hours of my time and taking this time away from my kid. And this is a reality in the industry. This is a reality within the industry. And naturally, this flexible work would allow us to sit in a board of directors and to be listened to. I do not know, in your case, women in this panel and women online, if it has ever happened to you. Have you ever been discriminated because you are a woman and because when you stand up with wearing a skirt and heels, it would look like your opinion is less important? And I have told big directors of very important companies of retail that the website is not for you to like it. It is something that your customers need to like. We will deal with this campaign differently. Crisis control will not take place like that. And we will strengthen and we will become more powerful because we give results. and no one is going to oppose you if others think differently. But then what happens if you want to make good money? Because you're doing the same activity, but the job description is exactly the same. Activities are going to be the same. Development, time, everything is going to be the same. KPIs. And then you come to realize that you are making 30% less. This is a reality in our country, but also in Latin America. When I was pleased to share, to teach a conference similar to this one in United Nations, and several Latin American women started to share their stories of how they became entrepreneurs. What was very painful is that the majority came from stories of pain, stories of losses, and then we had to reinvent ourselves, and this was the only way to make things happen. What is my dream? I don't want this to happen to you. I don't want you to suffer. I don't want this to be painful to you. I don't want you to be left with nothing so that you see how you can shine. And that is not easy. That is not easy. But we need to work together so that this gap will not only be a salary gap, but it will also be technological access. And speaking about access to information, and you need to have an easy possibility to make things happen. This is why I've been here all morning long, because the governance school, I've been following this school for 17 years now, and due to because of time reasons, I was not able to take this course you're going to be learning. I want this to be a smaller gap. Let's work, let's dream in a better world. Why? Because we need to work together. Growth is not something when you're a woman. It will not work, or being you alone without others, or we women against men. It wouldn't work like that either. It is simply the opposite. We need to generate a discourse. We need to have synergy. We need to build together. Let's discover the potentials of each one of the genders, because clearly me with neurodivergence, I have many areas of opportunity. And someone, regardless of the gender, could come and support me. And then what will happen? Once you do well, you will realize that you are born with some virtues and capacities, and you start to lead work groups. I was leading even the COP, the lunch store, a store in elementary school. I was able to sell in the official, in government schools or public schools. We get used to that, and this is when I came to see that I was a leader, and I was also one of the best scores because I had enough to do both. And when you're a leader, and if you're neurodivergent, and when you lead institutions, you need to have self-knowledge of yourself. You need to know your skills, and you need to know your areas of opportunity. My big area of opportunity has been English. This is my opportunity. Do not make me speak English, because I will not be able to understand you. I will be self-possessed. And then I was able to submit my own value proposition. Lina, what does she do differently? But what is the value that she could add? And not only to her clients. Just to give you an example, And we have private schools. I work with private schools, so you could say that your aim is to increase the number of students, but no, my objective is for all those families who get education and those who are part of a community. Similar to a private company, this is my value proposition. What is your value proposition? What do you do differently? What do you do different from what the others do? What is your ultimate goal? And then I realized that I had to inspire, and then I knew that I had to motivate my work team. The leader will do nothing else but to make others scale up and to discover which are the talents of those people. Why is a person special when her guard is down to motivate others? This is our work as leaders, to motivate others in every industry, but even more in technology, because it grows so fast that when you believe you can use ChatGPT, the algorithm is going to change. When you know you can convert X number of likes into the meta algorithm, the algorithm is going to be changed. It is so fast that we could feel discouraged, and the leader has to tell you, the leader has to find the best way so that you do not lose your coach or your leader. You being here implies you are living many other things, but you need to be convinced about this, and then you need to become your own leader. But if you are here, it is because you're going to be the difference in the society or in the community where you are, and we need to know how to read people. And after that, we need to give something back, or as much as possible back to society. And this is why I work with the Mexican Society of Internet in Education and Culture Vice President's Office. This is my contribution. One thing we do is to take care of children and in cybersecurity. We support legislators to bring legislative bills that will talk to the society. And I love to teach. This reciprocity is very important. And another thing is that we need to think every instant. If I am here with you, I deeply appreciate the opportunity given to me to share some words with you, and someone said it. If you take only one idea, only one seed, well, that is enough to me. Last but not least, I believe there was another question. We are running out of time, so I will simply share this with you. From having nothing to be able to transform. Electoral topics, electoral courts, not only in Mexico but also in Panama and in Honduras, at the Senate and in other places. It is not my ego. If I can be here, despite of all my defects or flaws, what you wouldn't be able to do after this diploma course. We are in a technological world, and we are privileged because there is a digital gap that has no access to this, and it is our opportunity to bring those to this world where there is an endless number of opportunities. Thanks so much.
Muy interesante, Lina, toda tu trayectoria.
Very interesting. Many of us, the ones that have been young for several years now, and some of us that have learned from you. I will not go deeper into this because since they are very young women, others are laughing. But I met her in a panel where we were speaking about similar topics, and I really like her approach about technology and about very new topics and how women can reinvent themselves in an unknown world, the world of crypto coins, and to meet crypto coins, cryptocurrency. She's an expert, as I already told you, in new topics that haven't been explored by women experts. So, what from your vision, what could be attractive in the world of crypto coins? And when we first met, you shared very interesting examples, and I was motivated to become wealthy with cryptocurrency so that women can be interested and actively participate in this world. And from my ignorance, it is just for men. Maybe I am wrong. Where are you? Are you in Corrientes? Yes. In the city of Goya, south of Corrientes. First of all, I would like to thank you, as Lina said, because the truth is that this is a beautiful opportunity to share with all these valuable Latin American women and to take the same steps. Olga, you have also been a pioneer and in a more hostile world because of the number of years you've been doing this. We express our gratitude to you, just like Lina, so that other generations can enjoy equality. I believe this is something we need to express, speaking about blockchain and crypto coin, because as Lina said, we are living in times where celerity is always there. Everything seems to be late, and even women are coming late to the crypto ecosystem because we know the patriarchy with its own game rules. We're also the minority in this industry. So I would like to retake what Lina said. We can see this as a huge thing because for many years women have been subdued. We didn't have the right to own heritage, and it's been in recent years that we can own our own heritage and property, and to know how to what to do with it without being supervised. So we are starting to feel comfortable with what is ours. And the world of crypto coins will mix two areas of life, and we know very little about finance and technology. What happens? We speak about money, how we deal with money. So we have opportunities to give a sense, a meaning to this ecosystem. It is not late, it is the right time to bring meaning to it, as Lina said. Something important is that women in the decentralized financial industry, and we always see this point of speaking about big pain, disappointments, that we're coming from a deep transformation, personal transformation, and this is how we're coming to these divorces, diseases, relatives passing away, climate conditions that make us resilient. And there are many, many books about the story of big leaders and ethics and leadership. And it is a matter of speaking about the existential territory. So women face a historical existential setting, and this is why we were not able to enjoy and to own our own property. So it is a good excuse to speak about the financial education, what Olga likes about investments, what we can do with money, and even more in Latin American settings, because we're coming from one crisis to another, and it is more difficult to make money and to take care of money. So this is something interesting. to speak about decentralized financing. There is facts, objective facts, and it is more difficult for women to make money. This is why we're more conservative, more traditional, as we, as you want to call it, when making investments and to get involved in businesses. And many times we are away from the crypto because we are afraid of things. I will quickly speak about this. So we need to get involved. We need to get involved. And from safe places, surely you've seen statistics that show that women in careers will always come with a reference, a male reference, a spouse, and it would enable them to participate in this world. And in finance, the situation is very similar, but as Linnea just said, we don't want to have this. We want other generations to not suffer these pains, and this is why the proposals of groups of women in the ecosystem is to be able to become a safe space so that women can experience. And let's speak about economy, finance, for personal growth, businesses. We're going to be speaking about the area of entrepreneurship, but always speaking about is in a safe way. This is how we can relate to the money we have a problem to have access to. And the main hindrance for women in the ecosystems, and also speaking about the traditional financial investments, is lack of knowledge, because part of the cultural aspect is that we are not in a position similar to men, and I'm sure you've seen in the network there is a lot of information in psychology about the imposter syndrome. Is always more applicable to women. We believe less who we are. How many times haven't you seen that women are over skilled for specific labor activities and political positions, but we are always inactive with a lower profile than men, and we need to see how. We see our huge value, what we do every day, a safe space. We think about the construction. We need to also assess what we do every day. We need to assess how big women are in financial terms. To have a family, to take care of others, and with those people we work or we share things. So we are economic developers. We are big financial brains. We make all the skills develop, and even businesses of others. And sometimes we do not see ourselves as part of that. So approaching the crypto ecosystem, crypto coins, it is helpful so that we can speak about some critical points about the history of women and the relationship with money, and of course technologies, because we are very capable of doing this. We need to simply believe in us. And to end, if there are questions, I would like to be able to answer the questions. There are things that could be useful about the decentralized financial world and the crypto, because we do not have financial and banking rights, and having access to centralized financing is another tool. We can own our own property, but sometimes the circumstances do not allow for this. In the case of migrating women, in one place they have the right, but in other places, also women in violent situation where their spouses do not allow them to own their own property. And this is why we have anonymous conditions. So having access to our own property so that we can leave those negative situations. So the criteria about sovereignty, which is very important. The crypto universe also speaks about sovereignty as a full exercise of citizenship, global citizenship in relationship to identity and to ownership. It is a critical opportunity in order to rediscuss these concepts, to rediscuss our relationship with the money, to rediscuss our relationship with sovereignty and political rights. And finance is going to allow us to see this historic opportunity to get to know each other. This is a very important point of your presentation, Lina, to know ourselves, to know our fears, as Mrs. Simone said with this powerful statement. How would you look like without the fear? Well, first, you will have money. You will have many degrees. That would be another thing. So I believe it is also good. Thinking in historic retrospective, not to only complain, not to only speak about inequality, as we've been doing for many years now, but to take one step and to be our own protagonist and do not wait for a change in circumstances. We need to, instead of getting paralyzed in front of the barriers, we need to tap the opportunity. We need to tap the opportunity to be in places and to transform the game rules from the inside. And this is what I told you before. Women in finance, we have better financial practices. The same happens in other fields, philosophy, taking care, equality. We need to be able to win everything, the most important foundations, and we will need to be able to think about working in technological financial careers. This should be the reality for Latin American women so that we can be conscious about our power, about our knowledge, which are your personal dreams, what is lawful, and women by culture, we have another plus that is benefiting everyone. So that's it. To bring all these tools in order to better develop our lives, to live at its fullest, because this is how it works. We have lots of information, and as always tell, if you have 500 pesos in excess or a little bit more, do not spend it in anything. Buy Bitcoin. It will grow a lot in some years. And we believe that women deserve this, our own property, and we need to make our dreams come true. What we want to do. It is a right, and we need to make it happen. And this is one tool. Thanks so much. Great. Ana Cecilia sent a clip because she was not able to come. 2 reflections. Latin American women. We have enforced many rights, and I have the sensation that we are facing a time when we are losing some of those rights. And for those young women who believe rights will not disappear, do not make the mistake, because it's been difficult. It has taken lives and sacrifices to have these rights, and there are many women who do not even think of having those rights. Migrants and women in other countries that cannot wear the apparel they want to wear. No right to vote, no right to own your own property. So girls, defend the rights that we have today. My sensation, I will not be speaking about countries, but in Mexico, we need to defend our rights. And in Argentina during the 80s, we were not allowed to divorce illegally. And I think my country is very advanced, and we didn't have parental rights. It was a right for men only. Today things have changed. We have equal marriage, we have gender identity, many things, and we need to defend that because it's been difficult to have it. And there is another statement. When I was a girl, it has to do with something Lina said. Behind a big man, there is a great woman, and behind a great woman, there is a great man. It was not possible to develop professionally without a family, without a man. And I am speaking my personal experience because I had two previous husbands that didn't get that I wanted to be a professional, but now I have a husband who understands. So behind fully developed women, we can have the family, the husband, the mother. There is a family with you. And successful men have someone with them. Women also need this, and this is why women do not evolve sometimes. It is not of training reasons. They are stuck, and there are different reasons. And I want to play the clip sent by Ana Cecilia from Capa 8. And then I have some questions for our panelists. Lucas, would you please play the video? El video. Hi everyone, it is my pleasure to be part of this panel in International Internet Day. I apologize for not being there. My name is Ana Cecilia Perez and I am member director of Capa 8, the cybersecurity Mexican company. I am part of the board of directors of AMITI and I am the leading of the cybersecure schools, families, and the Cybersecurity Festival for Latin America. I am very pleased to be with you today. To me, it is very important to participate in these type of panels because it is not only to celebrate the International Internet Day, but all the ones that participate in the different specializations in this profession. Speaking about cybersecurity, when I was a child, I always loved computers and IT, and this is why I did my IT degree. Then I had the opportunity to, I wanted to work. I wanted to find a job in some of the first, and it was the first company doing security of information and cybersecurity when I had the great opportunity to learn, but not only that, but to also develop professionally, and then I made the decision to do my own project, which is Capa 8. I believe an important topic we need to consider is that like in every other industry speaking about cybersecurity, it is important to have diversity. It is important for women to participate. They need to see that there are other women who can do this, make it, and we have responsibility to help them so that they can participate. And this is why today I am here. One of the most important challenges is that all professionals doing this STEM degrees on cybersecurity, the capacity to learn, to get updated, and the other hand, the importance of understanding that in the case of cybersecurity is not a technological aspect, it is a human thing because it is shaping the behavior so that we can be protected. We should not be attacked or affected by technological means. The truth is that I am very happy to be part of this industry. I can be in the first line of whatever happens, and what I would love to share with all those who are deciding, making a decision of what to do professionally or take a new pathway in professional development, cybersecurity, IT security, all the STEM degrees. It is always important to have the presence of women because of the diversity of opinions and solutions, taking into consideration that women are users as well. We are professionals, we own companies, we use digital platforms, we generate, we safeguard, we share information, and it can be sensitive information, confidential information, personal data. And if it is in bad hands, the misuse of the information could affect all of us and our physical security. My recommendation is for all those who are enthusiastic about cybersecurity and information security is to look for those already doing this, and if you have questions of where to start, I also would like to tell you that there are many initiatives. WOMSI Women Task Force, where I also participate, and we are actively helping. We want more women to be part of it. We teach them webinars, we help them so that they can professionally develop. Inclusion and diversity in the technological world is important and essential, and this is why in today, in the International Day of Internet, I am very pleased to be part of this initiative, and it is also even better to have more spaces like this one so that we can intervene to have more visible women. And people need to know that we're taking important actions in terms of digital security, doing STEM degrees. It is possible, it is important to make it visible, but to eliminate the myth that it is not a degree for men. No industry is just for men, and in this case, visibility of women is very important. This is why I thank for the invitation. Thanks for being part of this panel of exceptional women. Find me. You find me in LinkedIn or in Next. My name is Ana Cecilia Perez, and I am pleased to be with you. We will take a few more minutes. Who helps me with the microphones? Adrian, the great husband that I have. The best thing that has happened to me, together with my children. My name is Gabi Salazar. I am a founder of a law firm with a financial expertise. At my 50 years, it is my honor and my privilege to be here, because one of the things that Ana Cecilia just mentioned, which is the topic of representation, it is very, very important to be here in this 17th edition of this School of Internet Governance, to see 3, 4 women, Olga included, of course, and to see them how they develop. And this is a place for men only, and to me, I should also recognize that men are here very interested learning, because Lina both said the name of the game, which is to deconstruct. I have a question for Moira and one question for Lina, very quickly. Lina, would you please tell me the 3 characteristics or the 3 most important points in order to make to have this leadership participation of women in your career, in your experience, you standing there being an inspiration? Which are the things we need to reinforce as a society to make it to where you are today? So this is my question for you, for Moira. And Moira, a question for you. Just like you, I do believe in blockchain. I really like it. Sometimes I feel like the insane one, because it is only a few women there, and I am very inspired by what you have said. And you said, and I would like you to please recommend me a pair of women where we could do community, because I do believe that women help each other. To me, when people say that we fight other women, that is not the reality. So would you please recommend 2 or 3 organizations so that we can make community? I would really appreciate. Thanks, Gabi. And to answer your question, I also like blockchain. Invest, yes, it is worth. And what else? According to my leadership experience, where we need to work, resilience with yourself and also with your surroundings, because when you decide to be an entrepreneur, people will look at you and say, that is not true. Am I going to be playing videos? You need to be very resilient, and you need to wake up every day and try it again with great passion. This is another thing you can say about me. I love what I do, and I can be workaholic because I can work 24 by 7. My team knows this, and this is why I can do mentorship. Instead of thinking about a group of employees, I always think in terms of collaborators. I like to mentor them. I try to help them generate and discover the biggest potential, and they should be not happy, because this is a big difference. They need to be they need to do everything at the fullest, so that every hour and every project is going to be good enough. So these are going to be the 3 recommendations. I would like to thank the opportunity to participate in this, to attend this school, and I would like to commend the women, the panelists, and our moderator. My question is as follows. Each time we try to speak about gender equality, speaking about digital terms, the first thing we are told is that we women cannot ask for equality because we have very little participation in this sector. So I believe the first thing to reach equality is to make women get even more involved in STEM. So my question for Lina is, how can we help? Which are the strategies we can use so that younger women can dare to do technology degrees? I will answer, but first we will listen to Moira. Thanks, Lina. I would like to answer Gabby's question. What you say is very, very important. And I also believe that we need to always defend how women consolidate leadership. I believe this is a premise. When one makes it, others will do the same. Should not only be one, and there are several communities of women, and we try to prove that we are here, and to clearly to do it as a group. It is going to be much better. We can get organized, and we will bring our agenda to work with women, and it is going to be much better, because it is not only having representativeness, but we also bring quality, good quality to that representation. The representation we are proposing, I can recommend the community of blockchain women, and there is one specific community in Mexico. I do not know where you are from, but I recommend that group. And if you want, you can look for me in LinkedIn. And I am a lawyer as well. I am very interested in cybersecurity, blockchain as a tool for cybersecurity, and for the development of specific projects. And we also have another community of women in Bitcoin, and it is personal resilience. Our community is Satoshi. We can look for it in the network, in the social media. We have the legal hackers community. It is in several Latin American countries, and it is for you to to participate. If you you can find me in LinkedIn, so that I can answer your questions. Thanks, Moira. Well, going back to the question. How can we be more? Well, the reality is that helping each other. I work a lot with women and girls from public and private elementary schools, and with these talks and with some activities, I try to inspire them so that they can participate in Lego labs and maker labs. I don't want them to be afraid of maths. I do not want I want them to easily understand science from my area of specialization, to show them that we should never be afraid of technology. You can conquest technology. We can have big solutions to all together. Not only in the case of these girls and young people, but also my support network. It is said that you need to be with others who are better than you, and my big friends are better than me. And many of our reunions, yes, we do some gossiping, but we also study together the masters and a PhD degree. Because if I do it by myself, it is going to be more difficult. So I am always trying to push and to be not alone, because it is possible to do it better, but if we do it all together, it is going to be more and better. We will make more and better. So this is something that I do, that it comes natural to me. We have a coffee waiting for us. Lina, you can, if there are more questions for Moira, LinkedIn, we're going to, at 4:30, we will be working with the virtual presenters. Moira, it is an honor to see you. I salute my beloved country and the northeastern part of Argentina. Thanks all for your questions and for participating.
Un café breve y 4:30 arrancamos.
Coffee, and at 4:30 we will start.
Bueno, veo que están muy de café, entonces se escucharán de lejos. Quiero convocar a... Vamos, vamos, que todavía faltan 4.
Don't get tired on the first day. We go with the first panel, Gender Equity in Digital Transformation. I want to bring Alejandra and Carla, that they're there. And I have my dear Micaela online. How are you, Juana? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for being here. It's a very intense day. I'm sorry for the time. It's a very interesting topic and there are a lot of questions, so there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. We had a lot of interesting topics to talk about. We have to present, first of all, Micaela.
She was my boss, former Secretary of Public Innovation, when I was Undersecretary. She had the good or bad idea to be with her, and it meant a lot. And for my professional career as well, I really appreciate that, taking me into consideration. Alejandra Martinez Campos, PR Manager for CompuTrabajo, Carla Navarro, General Director of Haas Communications, and Magdalena Horta Acosta, Commercial Director of Unwise Mexico. Welcome all. You've been all day long with me. I really appreciate it. Is not always common for panelists and for the experts to stay with us. And for us, it is always very interesting to stay with us because then they understand the essence of the school and they can participate even more with more information. They can work even more. And now I would like to give the floor to Micaela. I know she has to go and pick up her daughter. It is late. It is 3 hours later in Argentina. Micaela, I would like you to please tell us what is Generas and your experience, your very interesting experience in technologies. And she's very young and she's very active in her career, and she has always looked for female roles in key places, specifically in relationship to technology. And what difficulties you find trying to look for women, and which is the gender role in the promotion of this? I remember one thing when you were the undersecretary, to promote your interaction with technology companies. At least in the state of Argentina, it's not something we see nicely. Sometimes people are afraid of this because of the different interests, the state interest and entrepreneurial interest. And she has always promoted this dialogue. Tell us your experience and what you are doing now, and welcome to this panel. Can you hear? Thanks for this invitation to participate in this very relevant, powerful panel in the framework of this school with a very deep history and with lots of value to do knowledge networking and leaders in the framework in this very relevant topic, which is internet. And I am very happy to be in this panel, and based on Olga's proposal as part of this discussion and in this first day panel of this school, I would like to start with the beginning, about this generation of spaces, networking for and with women, the universe of technologies, which has been the difficulty when consolidating equipment teams that are led by women, so that we can have more visibility and greater participation. It is a multi-dimensional challenge, and in terms of we have diverse dimensions in different times, but if we were to make a short explanation, description, we can go from a very general and speak about the needs to have strategies to do networking and visibilization of women, and we should also have more opportunities. The biggest opportunity also is the reason why we can work in our capabilities to make teams, diverse teams, and the value of generation of teams represented by men and women is speaking about economic value, networking value, and the creation of better teams. And I believe another challenge that we have ahead of us is related to the need to be more open in the different works in technology and the role of the leadership of male and female leaders, to consolidate teams that will necessarily be diverse, complement each other, and if they are dynamic, it is going to be much more effective. I also believe that an important condition is a context where they implement projects, because there are topics such as policies of caring for others, licenses or leaves. This is so very a good impact when offering continuity and balance from the conditions of participation and possibilities for both men and women, and it is important to bring it, to have it in mind. And speaking about the main challenges and the relevance of policies related to children and childhood, it has been documented that in fact the first gaps and biases in the relationship between girls and technologies and maths is something we see from 6 to 5 years of age, when it is not an area of interest, and this is something we need to review in the educational policies of childhood, because there is a relationship between what girls want to study and what we will be doing. It is a multidimensional aspect, very relevant and very symptomatic. And speaking what we've been doing with Genera, and I will be part of it, the reality is that we are doing work. We were able to do some public administration work with lots of positive interactions between the public and the private sectors and the different entities of the civil society. And for 5 years, we've been able to have a discussion, visibilization, and the education and the shaping of women in different settings, digital services, telecommunications, and this gave us the possibility to consolidate all this work and networks that will be working with the team in Intec in Argentina, and they will have consulting and effective development of digital solutions with teams that are created by women. And based on this, I will be making reference to some of the most recent activities that we've been developing. It has to do with an intersection between the political discussion and what we can do in the civil society, together with the legislative bills in the Congress of Argentina with respect to the implementation of AI and generative AI, and what is the role in order to reduce the gaps and to not allow it to grow. And then the universe of the AI, generative AI, it is in the mouth of lots of people. And this is something we see in synchrony, and it is a challenge, a multidiscipline challenge. But in the frame of what is artificial intelligence, participation of women is even less. If the global average of women's participation was a specific percentage in different technological verticals, in AI it is around 25 to 27. There is very relevant information. So We will have the vision, and we will be making a deeper analysis, digital literacy, and it is reduced participation of women by 22%. What is the information that is available in the generative solutions? How this is defined for women, and the negative impact, and what we see in internet to have a relationship, a participation of women across the region, because artificial intelligence, it explains the little participation and involvement of women across the region. Uruguay with the highest percentage of participation, around 25%. And the challenge, a multidimensional challenge, and it is fundamental to have this discussion and these debates. Interesting what we do with artificial intelligence. I was invited by UNAM to teach a class. As I said, intelligence is not artificial intelligence. It is a lot of information with great processing capacity. We will not be present if we are not really present. Artificial intelligence, so we have a bias because we have less visibility in data, and data is something that nourishes all the activities. So this is something that we need to have in mind. Thanks, Michael. I hope you can stay with us, but if you need to go and pick up Juana, yes, we get it, and thanks for participating. Alejandra, she was declared one of the 50 marketing women because of her experience for technology. And I have done some research of your resume. From your marketing experience, what is your key to bring more women to the world of technology and the digital transformation, and to retain them? This is a more serious problem. And because of the family taking care of others, so we retain them, and how to retain them in a technological setting. The reality is that I want to take an important point, something that Micaela shared. To me, the society in general would need to work in 3 specific fronts in order to make this technological aspect possible and to have a healthy living together, not only in labor terms, but in life in general, because if we think how we live together every day with all these technological resources available to us, we will see that we do not see this, and we're so used to be together with this type of resources that sometimes we don't even look at it. And in general terms, in work, the same happens, which are the 3 fronts I'm speaking about. First of all, Micaela, she spoke about a very important point, the educational aspect. Today, it is very important to work in this relearning by the new generations in the labor market from the educational entities. These study plans that we have available in regions like ours, in Latin American regions, so that the new generations are educated and shaped by the needs of the labor market. Secondly, speaking about attraction of talent, what Michaela says is true. The percentage of the International Labor Organization, and it matches what UNESCO says in more developed countries, like in the first world, the United States, from 25 up to 30% of women represent the labor force of in the technological setting. And if we think and if we observe which are the actual needs of the labor market, we will see that the most demanded positions today have to do with technology, development of systems, commercial intelligence, data engineering, all this related to technological resources that will help digitalize many processes in the companies. This is all part of those priority activities that the labor market is asking for today. And with that labor market available only in the states that is more developed than us, 25 or 30% of the occupancy belongs to women, and the rest is in the hands of men. What does it mean? We need to bet from our frontline women. We need to be professionally recycled. We need to learn and learn as many times as necessary, and to do it in education, the education we get in the school, and then how to attract talent, where companies will actually be able to eliminate all these biases and open these new opportunities, not only for the male sector, because it is the one that traditionally is in these positions, but also for women. And this is something in the more specialized aspect. For example, if we make a super deep analysis of what is happening in organizations, we will also see that digitalization is present in every area. What do we see in the International Labor Organization that has caused lots of controversy? It is pretty controversial. In 2030, many positions will disappear because of digitalization of processes, and then those that will become 69 million opportunities of new jobs in 2030 for you to be in those positions, and it will have to do with technology. What does it mean? Men, women, and the labor market in general will have 69 million possibilities to have a place in this stage of digitalization of processes, in this digital transformation stage. If you observe what happens in the companies, you will see that regardless of these specialized areas, in each of the areas we see in a company, we see that digitalization. We see this with Pantape, Computrabajo. We are the #1 Latin American HR agency, the second most important one. And we also have talent attraction. Today we use AI, and an AI that would allow the professional of human resources to be professional, to evolve, to take a step ahead. And what would happen? And this is just an example for you to analyze what happens. What would happen to a recruiter? What happened in the past most of the time was to do operational activities. When recruiting, this was the work of recruiters, and there you receive 150 candidates, and in a recruiter in average is going to be managing from 5 to 10 vacant positions at the same time. It is 1,500 resumes that he had to review manually. But today with AI, the person can make an automatic filter so that that person can do the strategic aspect, the one he or she was not able to implement in the past, because the person had to pay attention to the mechanical aspect. So there is an actual and palpable evolution for professionals. Professionals, through the use of this technology, will have the opportunity to do the deeper expertise, the position. what happens to professionals in human resources. They will have the time to sit and to know the person in more detail, the person that is going to be working for that company, a person who doesn't only have technical skills, but also to have this capacity to get adapted to the organizational culture that is happening in the company. And this evidently is going to have a positive impact in profitability, because this is the reason why this contract is going to be the beginning of a long-lasting relationship. We can have many examples in marketing, for example, where we have the growth department, and through digitalized campaigns we can have results in the profitability behind each action. Each area in a company will have an opportunity. It can evolve professionally in human terms. And as you said, Olga, one of the basic principles we need to have and remember at this point in time is that at this moment we are facing today, the human aspect is very necessary, and it is the one contributing more. And I go back to artificial intelligence. If a human resource professional doesn't prepare a process with this from beginning to end, AI will know it by itself, and results can be catastrophic. The value that we get from the human side is precisely this, the strategic aspect, and the reason why we can understand all those parts and that have to do with the human aspect, and working all for a company, a cause that will become a collective cause, but it is also a cause where we will all be working towards the same place. Digitalization is not something that started today. It started yesterday, and it will be here tomorrow. If we think in terms of all the technological revolutions we've seen, we will see that this is cyclic. It happens once and again. The only thing that we need to clearly remember is that we need to have this capacity, and as Lina said, to relearn, to be resilient, to get adapted to change, and to recycle as many times as necessary. And then thirdly, training. We need to be capable in each area to establish this awareness system, so that each part understands that those who are not willing to be professionally recycled in the short term, that person is going to be obsolete in labor terms. Now I have a question speaking about human resources. We are building all these spaces where AI helps us. And there was a bias in the selection of human resources. And here we have a staff recruited with the bias, and then marketing with the same bias. My impression is that if the professional doesn't have this capacity to discern and to bring the human side to all the information, artificial intelligence, we could dream and go towards something dangerous. And this is, and I recognize I am an optimistic, an eternal optimist of technology, and I believe younger people can also follow this dream that is not true. Without checking information, people will not be able to check, to verify information, and will be working with very biased data sets. So we need to see artificial intelligence, and at least in the case of my students, I try to teach them this. We need to, today we need to, everything is available. So how the intelligence is to be able to tell what is the correct source of information, compare sources, and then come to conclusions. And it is not something trivial. We need to think about it. And thanks for your comment. I will now go with Carla. Carla, you're an expert in marketing and communications. What is the word? we need to convey to bring women and retain them in IT companies? What do we need to tell them in the marketing? What is the message for companies to keep it in mind? Because it is valuable to have well-skilled women in our staff. Why? What would be the argument? I have many arguments, but I know you have more than me. Why is it important to have to take this diverse look from marketing, to have communications, to bring women and to bring male and female values? Olga, first of all, thanks for the invitation and for collaborating with you and with these women and with the general audience. And I also would like to thank this venue for hosting us. We've been speaking a lot about the technological and technical aspect of digital things, but we are forgetting about the soft skills. My message to companies to retain talent and for women who are looking for a job in the world of technology, which is where we find a big fight, where we fight. First of all, my recommendation is to recognize your talent. We need to recognize my talent, because if we can recognize our talent, we can face the world and we can have self-knowledge. This is my skill. This is my capacity. This is what I can do. This is what I cannot do. But what matters the most is to see how to live together, with different generations. And we need to also pay attention to gender, because technology has nothing to do with gender. Technology is a matter of talent. How many very talented women with engineer and mathematical minds working in cables and cords, and what is technologically sustaining the digital aspect? But we also have all this aspect of what are you going to communicate, what are you going to say, because technology is only one tool, but you also have something to communicate, you have something to tell. So as soon as you can recognize your talent, you may not be above others, because you will be, I prefer not equality, I prefer complementing each other, because if you get complemented by others, if you complement, there is equity. By doing this, there is no friction, there is no competence, and by complementing yourself, you can collaborate with others without telling them that someone is better than others. How can we potentialize what we are, what we know, and what we do? So from this place, communications become a very important tool in order to work with technology, because at the end of the day, technology is a communication means. So you can use this in order to say what you ought to say, what you want to say, and it is more or less a matter of saying how it is that women can come to this world. My case is very specific, very particular. I come from the conventional generation, and the conventional generation reach a limit, and then we said I have to scale up, and then you have to open to the technology and digital world. And this is what I did in my entrepreneurship. I said I've been a producer of events, I've been doing this for many years, and then the industry died during the pandemic, and then you said where to go to, and then you start to discover the digital world, but from different places, not from the hard skill, but from the soft skill, to understand how does it work, things that need to happen so that information comes up and down, and then the person is going to be there, but you're going to be in this front line, and you're going to be working with the image, with the words, you're going to be working with colors, you're going to be working with all these tools that will help you attract your audience and your target. And I believe this is something that women can do something with, and this is why it is so important to have this balance. team with men and with women, and men can also contribute with lots of soft skills, but women are naturally designed to touch this more vulnerable part that would allow us to reach those we want to reach. So yes, it is great to have a brilliant mind as a man or as a woman speaking about technology and engineering, but it is also great to have all these brilliant minds that can communicate what they need to communicate, and using this huge monster, as Alice said, it came to stay. So we embark the train or we're gonna die. We need to involve, and yes, we are afraid. We get lots of information about the jobs, the conventional jobs that will disappear, but there is going to be a huge number of jobs that have to do with technology, and I believe are perfectly ready in order to join. And here we have lots of women who are interested in this technological world in order to contribute from their front lines and to recognize your talent. We need to recognize your talent, my talent. This is going to be the message that I will be using. This is what I would say about complementing each other, genders complementing each other. Yes, recognizing your talent. This is interesting. And do you think companies recognize the value of diversity according to your experience? Or do you, what happens is that it is not easy. In my experience, it's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of work, yes, because the world of the labor world was first the world of men, and women were escalating, and now we have conquest, we have conquered many places, moments, spaces, but at the end of the day I believe it is in us to not crush, because we will not all be in the same place because we're complaining about being macho, but we could be extreme feminists that face machism. So we need to be certain of where we are, who we are, and to bring it to the table and to say, I can do the same things as men do after many years of experience, but as a mother, you also learn lots of things. I am the mother of two boys, and you will not let me lie. You learn a lot. And this is precisely where you need to be in a good position to tell the company, this is what you do, this is who you are. It can be an SME or it could be a triple A corporate with whom I have had wonderful experiences. But if you do not believe in yourself, no one is going to believe in you. And if you do not believe in yourself, so first of all, you need to recognize your talent, and by doing it, you will project it, and then companies will trust you. They will take what you are projecting. Something interesting you said about artificial intelligence. I agree that it is not the big problem of some work disappearing. What I do believe and what I am afraid of is the impact in communications, the impact in the minds of people, those who cannot tell what is true, what is not true, what is fake, what is not fake. And this is what I am afraid of. And I do not know how this could happen. I do not think how this could get regulated, and there is also a very thin line between freedom of speech and the regulation of all this. We need to be careful, so I believe with you. It is not the labor aspect. What I am worried about is artificial intelligence. Magdalena, an important position, a commercial director of your company doing market research, online market research. And based on your experience, which are the variables that you have seen in your research in order to promote and to retain employees in their positions? And what have you been able to do in relationship to the topics we are presenting today? Well, first, I would like to thank you all for waiting to this panel, because we will be closing things, for being here with you, with great women, great talent, and it is beautiful to be in this beautiful campus. Thanks to all of you. And to answer the question you're asking me, I would like to share my experience from the personal perspective. Magda Horta, I believe I've been pretty lucky. I've been surrounded by very talented people, both men and women. Most of them, it is my male bosses, and they have helped me. They have helped me trust in myself, believe in what is possible. Today, I have the opportunity to work for a wonderful company, because it has a very talented team. It has a team where heads are want to have this equity and to be able to have this environment with a very important sensitivity to know in each role and in each process how those soft skills should be placed. Those people that will bring this specific touch in each process, in each moment we generate insights, and we contribute to our clients, to the brand names, diversity of elements for the decision-making process. And as we said at the office when I was invited to be here, we discovered that there are business units that have to do with this dynamic of technology, where we know that all this should be built and all this should be more directed to men. There are two departments or units which are very, very specific, and to tell that men are the ones who master those activities, but we have also seen that if we bring women, we can also make the difference. We discover how this fine texture needed in order to bring that touch requested by our clients, very fine, and this is to generate an insight, and this is where we see how important it is to get involved with our work teams, to know them, to make them sensitive, what each process, what they need, so that we can bring this specific touch. And it is a dynamic that is not only a matter of roles, but it is also the gender and the dynamic of inclusion. And speaking about internet, I was asking myself, I was wondering, what do we do today in order to make this change possible? What are we doing in order to generate this inclusion? Because it is not only a matter of speaking about gender. Without inclusion, there is no change. There is no change. And I would like to say that in my thought, in my thinking process, women do not only need to have more women in more places or in more positions. We need the voice of women. We want them to go and participate in the very powerful decision-making process. What we see in the decision-making process is in creations and in the diversity we find internationally at every level when it is possible to take, according to my experience in many moments that I have seen, in many moments that I see in the decision-making process. It is not easy to see women participating in those decision-making processes. So I do believe that regardless of how, as human beings and as people, we need the possibility to convey to new generations. We need to convey them this sensitivity, gender sensitivity, and the inclusion, because it is not only a matter of men and women, but also diversity that has to permeate for the common good of everyone. We should take the same, embark the same train. If not, I do not know where we will go to, but this is my contribution. The journey is a destiny. I've been speaking about this for 20 years. I believe we have all attained things. We need to always have a dream to take some intermediate steps and to improve the situation. But as I have said, I believe we, in some aspects, we're going back, we're staying behind after years of fight. I hope it doesn't persist, and I hope we can keep the rights that women. 10 minutes for comments or questions. I believe you are all staying. I thought you were going to run away, but because you're tired, because we have had a long day. Comments. Virtual. Because we have a virtual entrance as well, and I just look at the in-person attendees, and sometimes I forget about them. Gabi Salazar, thanks for your contributions. And I have one thought, and I do not know if you want to contribute, but I do believe that as women, we do not it is not enough to say I believe in myself and it is my skills, because many of us know it, but we have the well-known crystal ceiling. And to me, one of the most important things is this type of interaction where we have spaces to think and to have deconstruction and to speak about this gender roles, where as women, beyond believing in ourselves, and because men should also have this clarity. In fact, human resource department, so you remember the scandal in AI in Amazon. It was a sexist AI in Amazon because there was a bias with the information used to feed the tool. It was information from the selection to fill vacant positions, and there was preference given to males. So I just wanted to think in terms of how we feed the LLMs and how these tools get trained, and how culturally, how we perceive that both well-educated men or a woman can perform the same activity, and they will have the right to make the same, to have the same opportunities. And as Lina said, and I believe this quality of resilience is very important. This is something that has been so difficult for all of us. We develop it a lot, and this is why we need to make it. And I do not know if you want to give your opinion on this. I would ask each one of you to make comments about your comment and to make one final 1 minute thought. And this is how we will adjourn the day. Micaela. After listening to the attendees, the reality is that more complex, more radical, and I believe it is very important to see what is the articulation between the public and the private sectors and the civil society. This is the base for the debate, as well as maintenance of rights. And as Olga said, it seems that it will be a discussion, the global agenda, that will not take into consideration the debates and the dialogue instances. And retaking what other colleagues have said, two more things that bring more questions and answers, and this is the aim of these exchanges, the impact on work, on jobs. What you have said, the four of you, what you have said, and the reality is how the debate of how this is going to get modified. We have the 2035 phase where not only adaptations are going to be needed or training. There's research in the United States and the United Kingdom that consider the possibility of homogenization in job positions, and it will be AI, generative AI work, and the critical thinking. We need to think about all these aspects, and women and in men All this will have an impact as well in the information we consume, critical ways of working with these solutions, how we're going to be addressing the different themes, and I believe it is very interesting information recently published related to an experiment made about the ready social media, and profiles were created and using artificial intelligence with some specificities information and very humanized profiles with direct incidents in the discussions, and basically there was a big influence with respect to those who participated in the discussions in those platforms. And this is why the debate speaking about democratic participation and citizenship, everything is more complex and everything complements each other, as we've seen here. Alejandra, thanks so much. Well, what I would like to say is what I just said. When we delegate the responsibility to a technological instrument, we take the risk of not having the expected result, as you said it in the example. In these recruitment processes, this well-known brand. The reality is that today this type of technology works through one word, that you properly used training, coaching, what the training you give to that platform to make it work. It is not a bias that has been provoked by AI, but by the person who designed the profile and gave the direction to the technological resource to have this filter where preference is given to the male aspect, the reality, and something that Olga clearly stated today about her concern. If we do not use in a responsible way all these technological resources, and if we do not do it from being conscious, evidently we will not be able to do what we are expecting to do. At this point in time, today, effectiveness of this type of resource will 100% depend on the use we give. And what you said, it helps you to simplify processes, but what about verification? It is saving some time and effort. This information that is going to be automatically generated, and then what do you have to do? You should never stop doing this. You have to think, you have to use your rationale, what is going to be the effective strategy so that you can build a functional world for those people who make things happen. And to work as human beings. So this is going to be my final reflection. Carla, and to answer and to contribute to your comment, evidently we would like to have a magic wand and things to happen immediately, but a change will always imply a process. And a clear fact is that we're all sitting here and we have been working hard, and we have brought our sword to pave a way, the journey for the next generations. We might not see it, but we are doing something. We are not standing still. Maybe generations, current generations and our X generation is not willing to change. What about other generations? As I told you, I am the mother to 2 kids, and it is difficult for me to understand that my work as a mother is for my daughters-in-law, not for me. So we're working for the generations to come, and if we do not plant the seed and then fertilize it, nothing is going to happen. But if we do it as we do it now, something needs to happen. This is a big responsibility to be the one closing this event. My biggest thought is a contribution as a society, what we need to do, and this sensitivity as human beings that we need to always have in our mind, as Carla said, and as others have said. This maybe we might not even see those things, but I think we need to take the digitalization aspect and the awareness of the digital world in the most assertive way to properly contribute to our day-to-day for us as human beings, for the next generations, to be able to contribute to usability laws in order to work with children, for example, for the assertive use and for the connection that is always needed. And we should never, never live beside, forget that this is all for our own good. Oh, it is the opposite. We need to all contribute from our front line so that we can make our best contribution and for humankind to be as beautiful as it is, because we are here to enjoy, to be happy. So let's enjoy it. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of you. Thanks, Micaela. We salute Argentina, all the interns. Thanks for being so patient. Thanks to our panelists. Excellent. And at what time are we starting tomorrow? Adrian, 9:30. 9:30, but be on time. See you tomorrow.